Good morning and welcome to the September 18th, 2021 County Board meeting. We have Board Member Carantonis, Garvey, Board Member Dorsey, Vice Chair Crystal, I'm Chair DeFerranti, and we are glad to have our sheriff deputies here to keep us safe, and also our residents here to provide all thoughts and public comment. Just a few housekeeping items before we get started. Thank you for joining us. Some of you are here remotely through Microsoft Teams. For those in the boardroom, we ask that you wear a mask if you are unable to maintain a 6-foot distance from others. There's signs on the back of the benches to indicate proper distancing. That would be our preference. And we also, of course, have provided overflow space in the conference room right across the hall. You can view and hear the meeting from there if you wish. Just remember to come back in the room when it is your turn to speak if you're signed up to speak. Board members and senior staff have all been vaccinated, but out of an abundance of caution surrounding variants and breakthrough cases, we are social distancing, and we will be wearing masks whenever distancing is not possible. We'll also see us when we're listening with masks on quite often. Some members of the public, county staff, and other presenters are participating remotely, so even staff is participating remotely in many cases. This is a part of our hybrid meeting model, which we will continue to offer. If you intend to speak, for in-person speakers, you are welcome to remove your mask when it is your turn. You'll see the red light just on the microphone up there. Keep that on. The podium can be lowered and raised by using the up and down arrow buttons on the right. Please speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear your comments. If you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk. Our clerk, Ms. Jacobs, is here as well, with your name and contact information on the documents. For remote speakers, keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. You will need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are on the phone, or by clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you're using Teams app or Teams on an app or browser. After speaking, if you are speaking remotely, you may exit the call and continue to participate in the meeting via this live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. I believe a Spanish language interpreter is on the line for the public comment period portion of the meeting only and can help with individual translation. Could our interpreter introduce themselves in English and in Spanish, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Castro, and I will be your Spanish interpreter today. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Laura Castro. Seré su intérprete de español. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias, Ms. Castro. Very much appreciated. Occasionally, we may need to get up and stretch our legs. However, there are speakers and monitors in the back so that we can continue to see and hear the meeting. Before we hear from our public comment speakers, I want to turn today to our colleague, Mr. Dorsey, for a special recognition. Got it. Okay. We will come back to that after public comment. With that, we're ready to hear from our public comment speakers. Madam Clerk, please call the first two public comment speakers.
Just a moment. Our first speaker is Alice Doyle, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Doyle, are you here virtually?
I am here virtually. I'm just trying to pull my notes up. If you could just give me 1 second.
Sure.
It just disappeared when I changed my screen. Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Alice Doyle. I live in Chainbridge Forest in Arlington, right near Chain Bridge. I am here to express my disappointment in Arlington County's handling of the North of DC Airport noise study and proposal, and to insist that you show stronger leadership, a greater commitment, and more transparency during the upcoming departure study and proposal process. You spent $150,000 of taxpayer money to join Montgomery County and DC to look for solutions to regional airplane noise. Then you consistently sent one representative, Mr. Richard Reisman, a county staff member, to all of the meetings. Other jurisdictions had on average 4 or more representatives, elected officials, community members at all meetings. Arlington County seemed to be the only one half tuned into the process and frankly didn't seem to care very much about the outcome for its residents. The primary goal was to share the burden of northbound departures from DCA equitably between jurisdictions. Instead, Arlington County agreed to accept all, you heard that correctly, not some, but all, incoming flights to DCA that currently take flight path LDAZ over areas like Glen Echo over to our side of the river. To be clear, this means that neighborhoods like Chainbridge Forest and Arlingwood that sit near the Chain Bridge not only see zero relief from airplane noise, we will now see and hear even more flights overhead. The flight disturbance over our homes is almost constant, with occasional periods of relief. Under this plan, those much needed moments of noise relief will disappear. Arlington County failed miserably at the primary stated goal of the study and working group to share the burden equitably. Now you have paid ABCX2 Consulting an additional $50,000 for the departure study, but there has been zero communication with the community on where the departure process will begin, when it will begin, how the community will be engaged, how individuals can provide input, and when meetings will be held. I am here to ask you to, one, be more transparent with the process of departures. Immediately share publicly and widely all information about the departure study. Two,
Thank you, Ms. Doyle.
Yes,
My apologies. Can you wrap up with a sentence or two?
sure. We want you to send more representatives, including Ms. Garvey, not just one staff member. And we'd like you to share your stated goals for the process and
Thank you.
immediately appoint 2 new liaisons to the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, since neither showed up for the July 22nd vote
Thank you.
for arrivals. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Doyle, you may know this, I'm not sure. We will respond briefly to your comments once we've heard all public speakers. So you may want to stay on the line, mute your microphone, and perhaps mute your camera, but we will respond once we're done with the 8 full public comment
And
speakers.
I'll send my full comments. Where should I send my full comments?
You can send it to countyboard@arlingtonva.us as well. That would be
Thank
great.
you.
Sure.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Our next public speaker,
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Tim Dillinger.
Ms. Clement.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Clement.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Audrey Clement, an independent candidate for Arlington County Board. In April, Arlington County Registrar Gretchen Reinmeyer announced a change to the schedule for placing candidate yard signs in the medians. She reported, quote, "We had a question posed to our zoning office recently about campaign signs going up 31 days before early voting started rather than the election. Their position is that candidates and parties may put up signs 31 days before early voting, throughout early voting, and 5 days after the election. This understanding applies to the primary, the general, and any special election that may be held in the future. And if you have any questions, let us know," end of quote. I am concerned about this unilateral decision as far as the zoning ordinance, section 3410E2, expressly limits sign placement to, quote, "up to 31 consecutive days before an election or party nominating caucus," end of quote. There is no dispensation for early voting. There is no authorization to extend the public spectacle of signs covering every inch of the medians on most of the major roads in the county for 2 months or more. There was also little public notice of the change, as evidenced by the fact that all the Democrat signs put up on Washington Boulevard in Clarendon on or about September the 1st have been removed, evidently by the Clarendon BID. Now, I know that the board is indifferent to violations of the sign ordinance as it pertains to independent candidates, but wholesale removal of Democratic Party signs from governor to school board should give it pause. Maybe county board should instruct the zoning office that legislating by fiat is not the preferred way to change the sign ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Next speaker. Ms. Clement will also respond when all speakers are done.
Our next speaker is Tim Dillinger, followed by Sheila Leonard.
Mr. Dillinger.
Hello, my name is Tim Dellinger, and I live in the Alcova Heights neighborhood down by Columbia Pike. I'm also on the leadership team of the Arlington Pickleball Club, and I'm here to advocate for over 750 pickleball players in Arlington County. I think a few of them might have shown up here today. Pickleball in Arlington is an amazing success story. We are growing by leaps and bounds and only accelerating. We are unfortunately limited by the amount of court space that we have, despite demonstrated overwhelming demand. We do meet regularly with Arlington Parks and Rec. We got ourselves written into the POPS plan, the plan for our public spaces, AKA the Public Spaces Master Plan. But despite our efforts, Parks and Rec is still really slow at expanding our playing space. So we're here asking for an executive push from the board. We would like to have real, actual painted pickleball lines and portable nets at Old Glebe, Fort Scott, Virginia Highlands, and Walter Reed. And additionally, we would love to do some long-term planning. So there is a proposal that I've submitted to the board. We would love to have board support for that.
Thank you, Mr. Dillinger, and everyone who has come. I hope from both your and our perspective that's doubly perfect because we've heard from a lot of people but kept to our one speaker per topic, not immediately on our agenda roll. So we will, as I said with the other speakers, we'll respond to your comments once we finished with hearing all public speakers for public comment. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Sheila Leonard, followed by James Hurst.
Ms. Leonard, I believe remotely. Are you there? Shall we go to the next and try and come back?
We'll move to James Hurst.
Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Hurst, you may need to unmute, *6.
Mr. Hurst.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Hurst.
I and many other Arlington residents find it disconcerting to see a continuing lag in CV vaccination, a lack of information about CV vaccination, and outright misinformation about CV vaccination and CV booster shots. I and others expected by now almost all Arlington Public School residents, teachers, administrators, staff, and students over age 12 would be fully vaccinated. I and others expected at least 90% of Arlington's adult population would be fully vaccinated by now. Now the FDA's ruled that adults over 65 and or with serious medical conditions can receive CV booster shots. When and where can we start lining up to receive those shots? To put this in a historic context, 60 years ago, children could not be vaccinated against polio fast enough. 30 years ago, effective treatments against HIV couldn't be developed and deployed fast enough. 10 years ago, the FDA, CDC, and the media heavily promoted newly developed chickenpox and HPV vaccinations for children and adolescents, and those vaccines were overwhelmingly accepted by Americans. How did we reach the point today, September 2021, where we continually see, hear, and read in the media about some political, sports, or entertainment celebrity stating his or her reasons for not being vaccinated? Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Our next speaker is Tina Giladi, followed by Adam Theo.
Ms. Galida.
Good morning. Good morning, board. My name is Tina Galati, and I'm an owner and resident of a unit in a small condominium building in the Arlington Ridge neighborhood. My condo and other small condos were unable to use our pools for the full 2021 summer season because of the lifeguard shortage that was in existence even before the pandemic. We simply cannot compete with larger condo and apartment buildings for the few lifeguards that are available. I request that in time for the 2022 season, the board considers modifying the scope of the Water Recreation Facilities Ordinance in Arlington County Code Chapter 24.1-4. It currently reads as, this chapter applies only to public pools and does not apply to residential pools serving a single family residence. I propose that it be modified to read as, This chapter applies only to public pools and does not apply to residential pools serving a single-family residence or a multi-family residence consisting of 50 or fewer units. Other options are for the county to offer a waiver process similar to the variance process offered by Fairfax County, or for Arlington County to leverage the new beautiful Long Bridge Aquatics and Fitness Center and establish a lifeguard training program, perhaps in partnership with private pool companies, to train local high school students for summer jobs as lifeguards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Galita. We'll respond as well once we're done with the next few speakers.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Eric Rickard, and then we will go back to Sheila Leonard.
Mr. Theo.
Hello, I'm Adam Theo, 8-year resident and candidate for Arlington County Board. 6 years ago, the Columbia Pike streetcar project was canceled for being a boondoggle in the making. Critics of the project claimed the county couldn't be trusted to build it within cost and ensure quality construction that met requirements. This past week, those critics were proven correct. Originally intended to go with a streetcar, the infamous $1 million bus stop was built. After justified backlash, county leadership, all of y'all, finally promised cheaper, more standardized solutions for the remaining 23 stops along the Pike to serve as a fast, dedicated bus service as a replacement for the streetcar. What happened this past week? These 23 stops that the county assured back in 2015 would be kit-based, modular, and using off-the-shelf components, and therefore be cheaper to build and install despite still being customizable for each site, are now suffering their second major structural problem and major delay. The county only now is falling back on a solution that is prefabricated and already in use by other jurisdictions. An option that is $7 million cheaper. An option that is manufactured by the same company the county had been contracting with already. And to add insult in project management that the Pike is still without rapid bus service, the county keeps promising. 6 years later, and it's clear, our elected leadership are in over their heads with the effort or just don't care. Board member Takis Karantonis, who lives along the Pike and frequently uses it as a plug for his campaign pitches, has been on the county board for over a year while this issue with the bus stops has gone on and while the Pike still goes without transit solutions. Where is the accountability over this failure? What's going to happen? Where's the rapid bus service that Columbia Pike desperately needs? Will it ever come from the current county board?
Thank you, Mr. Theo. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Eric Rickard, followed by Sheila Leonard.
I'm here for residents on 5135 North 19th Street. I'm a third-generation Arlingtonian. I survived the county board, as they say, the taxes are going in this county. My dismay is how y'all gave them the right-of-way on 19th Street. The park, I came and parked my car in front of my house. I parked my car on the other side of the street the other day. They had my car towed. I'm just trying to say, all the dust that come over there, it's like y'all gave them the right-of-way on everything. They put a major exit on 19th Street when the main exit is supposed to be on George Mason Drive. They hadn't finished the George Mason Drive exit. They just finished paving the street. It's like every day something go. They took the water main drain out. They got flooding on the street. They just fixed that after. I got to go over there and talk to them face to face. Y'all gave them right away on everything y'all proved for them on development of the hospital. Do we still own the hospital? Do Arlington County still own the hospital? I don't think we do we? After y'all sold them the property across my house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will respond once we hear from the last speaker, I believe.
We'll check to see if Sheila Leonard has joined.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Leonard, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Friends of the Arlington Public Library, FOL. For decades, FOL has promoted literacy in our community by providing millions of dollars of support for Arlington's libraries. In light of FOL's commitment to the community, we must express our disappointment and distress at the ongoing reduction of hours across the Arlington Public Library system, while also commending the excellent library staff for doing an amazing job supporting the community throughout the pandemic. All library branches are hobbled by severely reduced hours of operation, namely limited hours after work and no Sunday openings. These restrictions make using the library nearly impossible for anyone who works or is in childcare during daytime hours, including myself. Previously, Arlington's libraries served patrons for 66 hours a week, but now they're only open 38 hours a week, even Central, our premier location. 42% fewer hours and only 5 hours total on the weekend and 4 after work. While closures were warranted early in the pandemic, county management now point to staffing shortages and hiring delays as the causes for currently limiting library hours, despite the county's website only advertising one library vacancy currently. It is clear that Arlington County did not plan for or take any action with respect to COVID-19 related retirements. The county lifted the hiring freeze 6 months ago. Why do we still not have night or Sunday hours and no public timeline for their reinstatement? Full finds the lack of strategic workforce planning and action unacceptable. These failures have left Arlington County without one of its prized community resources. Citizens are forced to use neighboring jurisdictions' libraries, while our own libraries sit empty and unstaffed for large portions of the week. Again, 42% of normal hours. It's time for the county board to take action and show it cares about the community's literacy, especially after the past year our children have had, and access to books. We call upon the Arlington County Library to aggressively address the staffing issues of our library system and move with all urgency to restore the library to full operating capability. Thank you from the Friends of the Arlington Library Board.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Okay, now we will return. We will try and answer the concerns raised in public comment, and then in turn. So, Ms. Doyle, thank you for coming in. I think that we'll have perhaps a couple of different individuals may want to speak. This is an issue that we have been involved with, and we have worked with our consulting company. It has taken a lot of work, not easy. I see Ms. Garvey. Do you want to say a few comments?
Yeah, thank you. I'll make a few comments, and Mr. Carantonis may want to add something. He's been helping me here. We're a bit of a team on the airport noise project, which has been going on for quite a long time. Let's see, and now this will serve a little bit as an update, really, for my board colleagues. There is a three members from Arlington represent on the airport, the working group set up by Reagan National Airport and EMWA. Richard Roisman, who is our a staff member and really excellent. He worked at the Council of Governments before on this same issue, so he's got quite a bit of experience. He is the alternative. We have two members, one of whom, Ron Montag, has been doing this for a long time. He has stepped down. We will be appointing on Tuesday, I hope, colleagues, Steve Geiger, who also has quite a bit of experience, so he will be filling in, and Shari Merrill. Ms. Doyle is, I understand the upset, I think we all do, the noise of the airplanes. This is just a very difficult issue. If our presence at, she thinks that if there were more representation on the working group, there would be, it would help Arlington. In many ways, in some ways, the working group is a little bit the problem. There's a lot of churn that goes on, not a whole lot gets done. That's why we hired a consultant and are working with Montgomery County. A lot of work is being done behind the scenes, if you will. Mr. Carantonis and I are in touch with colleagues on the Montgomery County Council, and we are soon to have a meeting with someone on the DC Council, and we're working on actually getting a regional group together. There used to be one for the whole region that COG held, and they decided not to they didn't want to be involved in that anymore. It's difficult. And there obviously are different, it's not like the whole region has this, everybody's got the same goal, less noise, but how it's going to work out is difficult. The other thing that is that the idea is equitable, and that's sort of written into the charge of the consultant, and some of that goes over how many people live in a given area, and that a little bit is to the detriment of North Arlington area where Ms. Doyle lives, because there aren't that many people per square mile in that area, whereas there are in other portions. So it's kind of baked in some of the results we get. We're not going to get perfect results that everybody in Arlington loves, because it's just impossible with this issue. We are working very hard to have it work out as well as we can, and we are starting to build a coalition. Hopefully down the line, I think we'll be needing to work on not just the routes, but what kind of airplanes fly, Maybe the hours, that's not on the plate right now, but hopefully we will get there at some point. So this is a long-term issue. It's a difficult issue. We are doing the best we can. The part that folks see publicly with the airport working group is only a very small tip of the iceberg of what is going on to try to affect this and make life more pleasant for everyone here in Arlington. Hope that helps a little bit.
Sure.
It's a tough issue. Mr. Karantonis, I don't know if you want to add something.
Mr. Karantonis. Thank you, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Garvey has covered most of the issues. I just want to say we are really very focused on the issue of airplane noise. The national airport is not a small airport. It's a very big airport. It lands almost 20+ million passengers. So this is not, this is a serious issue. And it is literally in the middle of our metropolitan region. As Ms. Garvey mentioned, one major issue that changed over this last 2-3 decades is that the relative population density on the east side of the Potomac has grown far faster than on the west side of the Potomac. So therefore, the measure of who's overflown has changed. Not to our favor in this case. So we are fighting in various fronts. Ms. Garvey mentioned we're taking into account what kind of airplanes are flying, what kind of other procedures, the timing, and how they are distributed. At the end of accounts, it's also a federal issue. Not also, it's actually a federal issue. It's the Federal Aviation Administration that does that makes the final decisions. And therefore, I really warmly engage everybody, as we do, we engage with our congressional representatives to move the administration in a place where technically we will achieve the best possible results for all our residents here.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I'll just a quick shout out. I think we ought to Congressman Byer's office because they've been very, very engaged and very helpful. And as Mr. Karantonis points out, this is really a federal issue. We're working it as well as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. So look forward to Tuesday appointing Mr. Geiger and Ms. Merrill. And then also, I worked on this for a year before last year, and it is a very hard issue. The request for, Ms. Doyle, I think the request for transparency, it certainly seems to me, it's a very detailed issue. The consultant, I think, is helpful, but with respect to the request for transparency, I encourage you to continue to engage or try to engage in a conversation as well with Ms. Garvey and Mr. Karantonis, if you have not already. I don't believe that's happened yet, but following up in that way could be helpful. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Roisman has responded to her with the dates of the meetings coming up and things, and those are open public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey.
It really helps that people remain engaged.
Yes.
It helps us, a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Clement, you had concerns with respect to the interpretation of a part of our code that the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development made. I agree with that interpretation. Once we thought that when the law was that there had to be a reason to vote early, I think it was appropriate that the election was determined to be on November 2nd, the first Tuesday in November. But in this case, we now have an election where the days you can now start voting. Early voting started on Friday, and the interpretation, in my view, seems correct. Certainly understand your concern with respect to the Clarendon bid. We will follow up as well. All signs must, of course, have the same rules, but I do think that it's the correct interpretation of code, in my view. I don't know if I can't quite see Mr. Dorsey. Can't see your mic, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to further your point, if it ever comes to, I have a history with, sort of believing that the way we do signs is a little bit antiquated and leads to a lot of clutter. But if they are to be allowed, it seems to me that defaulting in favor of allowing promotion before anyone can vote is a higher principle than decluttering our streetscape. So this is an interpretation not against municipal beautification. It's in favor of supporting, increased turnout and access to voting.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I really appreciate you just identifying. We've seen so many times voting is such an important part of our democracy, and we need it from all perspectives. So the next we had Mr. Dellinger and a few friends. Thank you for coming in. So this is a different ask, a slightly more focused ask than I had been aware of previously. I know that at Walter Reed, the painted lines, the new over where there used to be a basketball court, still is a basketball court, but the painted lines, there's been a step forward. But the request on the other items, Old Glebe, Fort Scott, and a couple of other locations, you said you sent information to us. For painting of lines, that's one item that we'll follow up with the Department of Parks and Recreation. And then I think you asked for long-term planning with respect. I'm very aware, having tried to play pickleball one Friday, I'm very, very aware that there are many, many pickleball addicts or lovers of pickleball, whatever you want to describe. So that process, as I sought to indicate when I came out, is more focused on the capital improvement plan, and I do think that process is one. We did a very drawn-back capital improvement plan this year, but engaging as part of the capital improvement plan that is coming up next year, which would be a full 10-year capital improvement plan, is the right way to approach it. I appreciate you coming in. Please do stay in touch with us regarding this issue. I see, and we can go forward from there, but please do follow up and just help us make sure we've got pinpointed the painting of the lines and a couple of other issues. Thank you. Mr. Schwartz is in a different spot, so thank you for signaling. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to welcome everybody here in the audience today, and I live with a very avid pickleball advocate, so I have heard this and just wanted to, the comments here and also the ones we heard about the libraries, I actually love hearing this because this is an example of something that we're providing that people want more of. They love what we're doing. And just a little bit more detail, because I think some people out there who are listening might not know some of the details, which is the first time we ever offered any sort of pickleball. We haven't had pickleball published anywhere. I recognize the word was in 2009 when we started offering classes. And the first time we received requests to line courts was back in 2015. And we started off with lining 5 courts back then, and we also set up some storage boxes with pickleball equipment at some of the courts. And we met, I don't know the exact time, but we met with tennis and pickleball representatives and back several years. And we haven't added more lines to tennis courts since the summer of 2020, but I did want to note that right now there are 19 outdoor courts in Arlington and 11 indoor courts in Arlington. And I would actually recommend to all of you, Fairfax County just came out with a pickleball study, which is interesting in a lot of ways. And the regional numbers on outdoor pickleball courts show that Arlington has the highest number per capita on outdoor courts. It didn't go into indoor courts. Fact is that right now we have, whereas we didn't have anything back at the beginning of the last decade, right now we have 30 courts. But I will acknowledge, even though we've added 9 courts in the last 2 years outdoors, that's certainly not meeting the demand. So what we're going to do is, consistent with the Public Spaces Master Plan, this fall we're going to start an engagement process for everyone who uses our outdoor athletic courts. So it's not just pickleball, it's tennis and basketball. And so we'll work through there. I think there's absolutely some room to make some accommodations, add stripes and do other kinds of things. And the The actual building of some sort of facility, as you noted, might be a question. If we get to that point, that would be part of our CIP. But I think there's a lot of work that can happen between now and then. And I think you were making reference to the 3 permanent pickleball courts and basketball court lines that we did this summer. So there's a lot of work going on, something that wasn't really even a glimmer in people's eyes. And as I've joked with some people, you know, I think that we have a lot of work to do. The only thing I promise to do is to stay out of the kitchen.
Well said, Mr. Schwartz. So, Mr. Schwartz's comments really get much more specific and give you an opportunity to really impact and influence this over the short to medium term. So please, I think it's wonderful. I always advise this to advocates who come in, both be verbal, and it helps to write, but to do both and to be persistent. I know that you have been persistent, and so engaging this fall is a very smart way to approach it, and engaging thoughtfully on the details of the different specific types of requests that you have, some with respect to painting of existing courts and some with respect to the facility, which I mentioned would be a capital improvement plan issue. But we will trust that you will send an email that will follow up, or have sent an email that will follow up, and we will move forward from there. Thank you very much for coming. You are welcome to stay for the rest of response to public comment, but you also do not have to. So thank you for coming. As you are leaving, we will seek to respond to some of the other questions and concerns. And let's see, we have, I'll just give a minute so everyone can get out. Next was Mr. Hurres. Mr. Hurres, you mentioned concern about vaccinations. We share that concern, and we have been working diligently to promote and make accessible opportunities for vaccinations. I think we each on the board care quite a bit about this. We've spoken with the manager regularly on it. We've just gotten an update on Maryland data that has been moved into our system to show Arlington's percentage of individuals vaccinated at 1 dose. I think we're somewhere around 74% or so. Absolutely share your desire to get to 90%, but this is a continuing priority, and we will work on it. An indication of that is with our workforce. Either there's a requirement that you're vaccinated, or you're tested on I believe a weekly basis going forward. So we share your concern. We're continuing to work on it. As we're facing the challenges of the Delta variant, we absolutely want to continue. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. I think excellent summary. I just wanted to add, because Mr. Hurd talked about the additional doses for immunocompromised and those over 60, which I know is very much in the news. I have a loved one who's immunocompromised and eligible. I know many of us do, and so who paid close attention to this. Just wanted to clarify, and this information is, as always, available at arlingtonva.us. If you search vaccine, you can find a pretty easy-to-access FAQ there. But at this point, if your doctor or medical provider is advising that you need an additional dose because you are immune compromised, you are eligible for our free walk-in and scheduled appointments at Arlington Mill, at Walter Reed Community Center. You can find a full list on our website, or by calling our hotline number. You will not need to bring a doctor's note with you. You will be asked to attest that you've been advised to seek that additional dose because you're immune compromised, but no proof is required. And so I think Mr. Herz's comments maybe echoed a few things I've heard in the community, the sort of expectation that like Arlington County government will tell you when the day is to get your additional dose. And so just we wanted to clarify that those doses are available for those whose providers are encouraging them to do that. I don't believe that we have full guidance yet from the federal government about those over 60, which Mr. Herz also asked. Of course, that is a very moving target, but we know that the FDA and the CDC's Joint Advisory Committee on Immunization, I think, is doing a 2-day conference this upcoming week, and we're expecting to hear more about the doses for those over 60 and over 65, and we will seek to share more information. But if I can impart nothing else, it's to encourage people to visit our vaccine FAQ webpage. We are keeping it updated. You can always call our hotline or visit that webpage if you have questions. And if your medical provider is telling you that you are immune compromised and would be well served by an additional dose, we have those doses and would be happy to serve you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, and I think Ms. Crystal had an excellent summary. I don't know if our manager wants to add anything now. I think we're going to have a report on Tuesday, which people may want to know about. And then I will say, I think the percentages that we have, those are the ones that we absolutely verify, and the manager can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we think it is higher by a good number of percentage points because many people are living in Arlington are getting vaccinated in the district or through the government or in Maryland. And that data, although we keep trying to get it, we do not have all that data, so that we think that we do not actually have a full count, and it's even better than it is. And I think I see Ms. Helfner here, who's been doing so much. Want to just thank our staff and everybody. It's been an amazing push. I think we are overall doing quite well, but we do need to do better. We won't get absolutely everyone there. And as somebody over 65, I'm waiting for that final ruling on the booster and planning to be one of the first in line if I can be.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I think both of you have referred a little bit late last night. There was the scientific panel made a decision that 65 and over, there's a recommendation for booster, but it is not. That is not the same as FDA. And so there's a final decision that still has to come. So, Mr. Hers, you may have been tuned into that last night, but we still have action that we need before that additional wider acceptance would come. But believe me, when that comes, we will also be sharing that information, and the vaccine website is certainly very, very important. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. And just briefly to all of that excellent information, Mr. Herr is at the heart of his complaint was, wanting to make sure more people are vaccinated. And, at this point, I think when you look at Arlington's numbers, they fare favorably to the Commonwealth of Virginia. I don't believe anyone in the country has reached that 90% level of adults being vaccinated. We all wish that we were in a different place. Where there is a bright spot are in children 12 to 17, where Arlington has well exceeded 80% of those people in the population being vaccinated, which is tremendous. But what we see now are the limitations of what we can affirmatively do as a government to push the message out and to encourage people to get vaccinated. And at this point, it requires an all-community approach. And when anyone encounters the vaccine hesitant or resistant, the best you can do is to refer them to the copious amount of information that will hopefully satisfy their needs for understanding the vaccine and its implications, which are all available on the website. But certainly with humility, we recognize that we can only do so much, and it is the community coming together that's going to get us to the point at which we have achieved through vaccination the kind of immunity that we need to quell the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. I think that helps us address the heart of Mr. Hers's concerns. The next person, Ms. Galati. My apologies, Mr. Karantonis.
I just didn't want to to miss the opportunity to just remind everybody that testing is still plentifully available.
Sure.
It is free. It is just right outside this building and in another 2 locations in Arlington. I really those who are also vaccinated, the vaccinated people, should from time to time, since we are now in community, to test. It's free. It's very fast. It takes less than 38 hours to get very high quality results. So safer is better, and that's another service that we continue to provide.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. There's certainly breakthrough cases, and testing is very important as we work on to address the continuing challenges of COVID. Next, Ms. Galati came in, identified a challenge with respect to lifeguards. We've had 1 or 2 other emails that have come in on this topic, and you're very specific to Chapter 24 of our code. I think the best, certainly Mr. Schwartz may cover it. We also it may be best for us to follow up. Part of it is we feel a continued duty for safety, which Mr. Schwartz, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Aiken, who is on the line, who's done a fair amount of research into this subject, to weigh in. Ben?
Ben? Thank you. And as Chair DeFerranti mentioned, there had been several comments, questions, inquiries earlier in the season when pools were opening, and we do recognize this year especially that there was a general labor shortage affecting not only lifeguards, of course, but other seasonal work, our solid waste and other parts of the market, so to speak, that were impacted by the labor shortage. So this goes beyond pools, but specific to pools and specific to the ordinance's requirements, our DHS, Department of Human Services staff, and our public health team do very strongly want to point out that the ordinance, the requirement in the ordinance for lifeguards is plainly to prevent drowning. And the cost of that is borne by pool operators. And so we're mindful of that, that the intent really is to save lives. So I just want to make that clear. But beyond that, we also think that there are opportunities, and we did do work this year through the Arlington Employment Center to help educate, and for those seasonal workers who were seeking employment, we helped them, pointed them toward lifeguard certification programs, other information, just for the benefit of anybody listening. Anybody age 15 years or older can get a lifeguard certification. So the barriers to entry are there and important, and you have to get certifications to make sure you are can be a lifeguard. But many high school students at home and others may have been eligible but not aware. So if next year comes around, perhaps there's some opportunities for us to do some additional outreach and education, so that anybody who wants to become a lifeguard who can seek those certification programs that I mentioned. And I think that's all I had, unless there were questions.
Not at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Aiken and Mr. Schwartz, for emphasizing the safety piece of it. Ms. Galati, I hope that you have written in, because additional follow-up, I think, would be best done via email and via phone call after this meeting. Mr. Theo, you came and raised an important issue and a reasonable concern regarding our bus service along Columbia Pike. I think it is important to note that we as a board have been working on this, and it is a challenge. There is a decrease in the cost that is partially as a result of this decision, but we are eager and committed to trying to get this done as soon as possible. I can't describe all of the work that we have been doing on this at this stage in detail, but I can tell you that we are mindful, and accountability with respect to this work is something that we are continuing. So that'll summarize where we are at this point. Ms. Crystal, go ahead.
Yeah, just to provide a little bit more of a specific flavor, I am a regular Pike bus rider, as I think at least two of my colleagues are as well. Feel very impassioned about this. I am frustrated to see us behind schedule, but also wanted to be really clear about what we're looking at right now. The kit of parts was an alternative, and perhaps for that reason, slightly riskier method that this board endorsed back in 2016, 2017 as a way of bringing down costs relative to a fully custom solution, perhaps best known as the $1 million bus stop that predated, I think, all of us on the board, but one that would still allow us to do tactical things that would allow buses to move through the corridor more quickly, chiefly to provide longer areas for boarding more passengers at a given time. I am frustrated. I know we are all frustrated. I think our staff is frustrated that sort of mama bear solution that wouldn't be as expensive but would allow for some level of customization to achieve our goals proved to not be feasible for our contractor to deliver on, and so we are moving forward now as expeditiously as possible with that prefabricated solution. The bad news is that does put us some number of months behind schedule. The good news is it represents $9 million in cost savings, and so when I hear words like boondoggle, I just want to clarify to the community that this, although we are disappointed we cannot realize the sort of customization goals that Kit of Parts might have allowed us to realize, it does represent a pretty considerable cost savings. The other really important pieces, as Mr. Theo noted, in fact, our service. We continue to work on that 16M direct line, which is going to be very exciting and very transformative for the Pike. And still it continues on schedule, and we think will be a strong candidate for a source of regional funding in the year or so ahead. In the meantime, it's really important to note that both ART service and Metrobus service along the Pike is restored fully to pre-pandemic levels. Really important for those of us who have been riders throughout the pandemic or are continuing to come back now. And importantly, one of the other things that we are very much moving forward with, it was in fact just the direction that we gave to our staff as part of the CIP update to move forward on, is signal priority, transit signal priority, which is going to be one of the most effective ways, I think, that we can move more bus riders throughout the corridor. So, it is a mixed bag, some frustration, some dashed hopes that we would have seen those shelters going into place by now. Instead, we are probably about 6 to 7 months out still. But there is a lot that is continuing to move forward, and I think it's really important, especially for those of us who are riding the Pike bus routes daily or close to it, who are seeing progress, to highlight that we are, pardon the pun, driving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, with the specificity, particularly on the cost savings that result. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to what Ms. Crystal said, two things. First of all, it is absolutely frustrating that the kit of parts didn't work, that it was such a design flaw and that it was diagnosed so late in the process. So this is something that we still have to investigate and to find out how could it happen. Given that the consultant that we had is a very experienced company, et cetera, the level of failure there is important. The second thing is, I want to say that there is a community-driven reason why a certain type of bus stops, a certain level of service of bus stops was chosen for Columbia Pike. This really rhymes with the idea of having premium bus service on Columbia Pike. Like we do it, for example, with Bus Rapid Transit, the Metroway system. These are bus stops that identify the system, that also signal to the rider that she or he is the most important customer, transit customer right now in the corridor. That we put services, that we make it easy to ride, and we make it the preferable modal to ride. So this is why we have to get the bus stops as well as the bus service right as soon as possible. We are indeed lagging behind. There is absolutely no question about that. We have been lagging behind in all possible categories there, and it is an important priority that we need to refocus on. Ms. Crystal talked about the coming CIP. I would even say that we have some opportunities with the American Recovery Act to invest some money into that, maybe, because we want to support this priority as well. Transit is a priority that we can support with ARP money, and we should look whether we can accelerate the improvement of service along Columbia Pike as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Appreciate the comments. Both will care with respect to speed and desire to get this done as quickly as possible. The $9 million in savings is also significant. So,
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Dorsey, didn't see you.
To briefly add to those excellent comments, I think it's fair criticism from anyone who's followed Columbia Pike and transit over the years to describe that our reach has exceeded our grasp, and that we have often socialized and promised and offered things that were far beyond what was either practical, necessary, or achievable. And we own that. We also have to own that it's all been in furtherance of the goals that Ms. Crystal and Mr. Karantonis articulated to deliver a better transit experience for people who need transit, who use transit, who we want to use transit on Columbia Pike. So let's not mismatch the errors in achieving our plan with goals that are anything other than laudable. Now, with all of that being said, I just want to, as a rider on Columbia Pike, remind everyone it's a better experience than it was a few years ago, inarguably. Anybody wants to debate that? You're not living in reality. The level of service that we have through ART, through WMATA, provides a level of frequency, which is a key component of useful transit. It allows people in most occasions during most times of the day to be able to go to their preferred bus stop and know that they don't actually have to have a schedule to determine when they get there so that they can get to their destination. They can arrive, and the frequency is such and the redundancy is such that they are likely going to be able to get to their preferred destinations without the need to worry about a schedule and worry about whether the bus is late, a key component for useful transit. We've also seen and upgraded the vehicles all along the Pike, both through Metro and ART, to provide a more comfortable experience, fewer breakdowns, air conditioning that works, lifts that work for people who are differently abled. It's just a much better experience overall. That said, the work is still not done. Ms. Crystal and Mr. Carantonis outlined what is yet to come, but I do want to temper frustrations with actual progress and know that we are very much committed to getting there.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and the three of you, as users of the service, it's very helpful to have your comments. Next, Mr. Reichert, thank you for coming in. I wanted to I really appreciate that we have your address. I don't know the specifics in this case with respect to right-of-way. I know that there has been some concern regarding implementation of the construction in your neighborhood. But I think the best way, honestly, we could check to see if Mr. Aiken knows this specific spot, but I think the best way to try and address what was at stake in working on this address is for us to make sure that we have your updated contact information and a follow-up over the coming weeks. Does that work for you, Mr. Schwartz? Is that?
Yeah, Mr. Aiken may have already been in contact. I don't know, but we have a series of issues related to the construction along 19th Street that keep popping up and we try to solve. So I don't know, Ben, if there's anything you wanted to add about that.
Mr. Aiken?
Well, only that I am familiar with Mr. Rickard and others who live, his neighbors on 19th Street and those in the surrounding community that share his concerns. I think that this is more general perhaps than a specific address issue. And I know Mr. Rickard also has some specific claims for damages that he is working through the claims process that Virginia Hospital Center has set up. So I wouldn't want to enter the county into that the middle of that situation. But in regard to the more generalized issues and the issues of right-of-way that he mentioned, that really speaks to the level to which construction, it was necessary as part of the construction planning to access the right-of-way and to use 19th Street in ways that perhaps the community did not expect and did not anticipate. And that speaks to perhaps some communication issues, but at the same time, some opportunities for us. I know that the paving was just done. There was water main work that was conducted. There have been improvements. Now I know that the garage entrance he mentions just has opened, and that's caused some other problems. But the construction is moving forward, and I think that this just speaks to an ongoing need to engage, whether that's through the county and by way of Virginia Hospital Center, the community liaison, and others with the construction management team to continue working with the community, which I think that they have ventured to do. So.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. Mr. Reichert, I hear loud and clear continued concern. There's a couple of ways that we can seek to address it. It is accurate that Mr. Reichert, we're happy to engage. One of us will be in the neighborhood on Wednesday, and I certainly we will follow up on your concerns. Next, Ms. Leonard came and spoke to libraries. I know this has been an ongoing concern, and I see Mr. Schwartz, but several, including we put guidance that was really led by Ms. Crystal, but all of us agreed to and supported in our budget guidance last year. But Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start out not necessarily at a happy place on this, because I think if you've been listening this morning, Mr. Aiken referred to it, and you're going to hear a lot more about this on Tuesday. I want people to focus on what our labor market is like. Okay, so we had pre-pandemic about 600 hours worth of service provided by temporary employees and frontline public service. And about half of them decided that they weren't going to come back. So we have posted multiple times to hire temporary employees. Many of you who might shop at some grocery stores or drugstores that have been cutting back on hours or going to restaurants, the labor market is very, very difficult to hire people to fill these kinds of slots. We have I think Ms. Leonard went into a lot of details, and I know that our head of libraries, Ms. Kresh, has shared a lot of this information, but I think it's important for context that the community understand how important this has been. We have several rounds of postings for assistants, associates, child librarians. We've posted for an assistant division chief for public service, programming specialists. We've hired all those slots. We've hired a branch manager for Shirlington. We currently have a posting out for another branch chief. We have, all our libraries are open, certainly not the number of hours that we need. We just opened our last 2 branches a few weeks ago. By the end of October, we know we're going to be able to reintroduce Sunday hours, which have been missing from the system, and we plan to do that at Central and Columbia Pike. I don't want people to underestimate 2 things. One is the challenge we face, and then the absolute unequivocal commitment of our staff to staff up. But there is a challenge ahead of us, and so we are very, very committed to doing that. I would tell you, if you look at the District of Columbia and Fairfax, are facing the exact same issues. So even though there was reference made to going to branches in other jurisdictions, to the extent that you can, that's not a problem. We just would expect that people show at least a little bit of, I don't want to call it grace or understanding, but we're working flat out to try to bring the service back to where it was, and I can't say we'll get there right away, but the board has been unequivocal. There is no limitation when it comes to money or commitment on our part to address the need.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Really lifts up the challenge of hiring, and I know our libraries team is working as hard as they possibly can to hire up so that we can get moving, and also I would point to the end of October date. But a fair concern, appreciate your bringing them to us, and we share it. We are working on it, and there is the strategic planning. It is a very difficult labor market, but we will continue our work there. So now I would like to turn to Mr. Dorsey for an opportunity to recognize one of our residents who has inspired us and shown us hope with respect to a number of issues. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for indulging this opportunity to begin our meeting a little differently today, but hopefully it will prove uplifting. So there's a lot of wonderful stuff happening with Arlington youth, some of which we know about and some of which is well publicized. And if we can put the slides up on the screen. This past summer in Tokyo, people are well aware of the amateur athletic competitions. We spoke about the Olympic Games and one of its participants from Arlington, but at the Paralympic Games, which began after the Olympic Games, we also had an Arlingtonian compete, Sydney Barta, who is a resident of Cherrydale, and she competed in the Paralympic Games in Tokyo and just missed out on a medal in the 200-meter race. Sydney competes in the category for athletes who have a below-the-knee prosthesis. It's the result of a severe injury she suffered when she was 6 years old. In 2019, she was the U.S. Paralympics Female Field Athlete of the Year, an honor that she received when she was about 15 years old. She's now only 17 and was one of the youngest track athletes to compete in Tokyo and is considered a likely star for the Paris Games in 24 if she chooses to continue with that work. And if we can move to the next slide, you spent some time, Mr. Chair, noting the participation of Tori Husk as a member of USA Swimming and an Olympian. Tori is a Yorktown grad, as we all know. She was a longtime member of the Arlington Aquatics Club, and when she participated in Tokyo, I mean, this is heartbreaking for me watching it, but she missed out on a medal in her signature event by only 1/100th of a second. So incredibly close, but she did go on to win the silver as part of the women's 4x100 medley relay. She's now off at Stanford, and for Sydney and Tori, we are just so proud as a community, not only of their results. I mean, that's almost secondary to the incredible dedication and effort that they put in reaching the pinnacle of their athletic sports, and we just wish them all of the best. You know, the way the world works, we become very well aware of athletic accomplishment. It's all over the news. It just seems to be a part of what brings community together. But I certainly think we all believe that other achievement ought to be celebrated. And this summer, I became aware of another Arlingtonian who has achieved the highest levels in her chosen endeavors. Her name is Adi Selassie. She is a senior at Sidwell Friends School, and she's lived in Arlington for just about all of her life. And Adi is here with her family and supporters today, and you'll get a chance to hear from her in a minute. But I'd like to tell you a little bit about what has made Adi so special. Just this week, she was named a semifinalist in the National Merit Scholars Program. We can probably all remember from our high school days that program recognizes a select group of academic achieving students. Fewer than 0.5% of all students reach the semifinal stage, where Adi is right now, and she just got apprised of that status this past week. But I want to talk about what happened to her at the end of her junior year last year, where she was named a Coolidge Scholar. And if the Coolidge Scholarship is unfamiliar to you, it was to me. Here's what Adi gets with that scholarship. She gets 4 years full tuition, room and board, all associated fees and expenses, as well as a stipend to apply to any school that she may get into. It is a scholarship that is awarded in one's junior year, and this year about 3,200 students applied, and only 5 were awarded the scholarship, which means, for those doing the math, less than 0.2% of the students who applied received this award. And the scholarship, we've heard a lot about, types of scholarships. It is truly the definition of a full ride. All of the necessary expenses that one would incur to become a student will be paid by this scholarship at any institution that Adi wants to matriculate into. Now, obviously, this is recognition of her being a successful student. You're not able to get these kinds of scholarships if you don't perform well academically, and Adi's interests include the sciences. She has been someone who is very much into neuroscience, has done a number of research projects and presented papers on the subject. But she's also fulfilled the key criteria of the Coolidge Scholars Program, and that is to have an interest in public policy and a demonstrated dedication to service. And I'd like to talk to you about the service endeavor that I'm sure captured the minds of the jury of the Coolidge Scholars Program. Back when she was in 8th grade, she had the opportunity to visit the Texas-Mexico border communities, and while engaging with residents of the colonias, she became aware of their extreme poverty and hardship. And one of the circumstances, one of the ways that manifest was people having inadequate, reliable, or affordable electricity. And imagine in the Texas heat, I know it's an area, Mr. Chair, you've spent some time in. That's an extremely difficult circumstance for people generally, even more so with people with medical conditions. The lack of reliable electricity really hinders one's economic opportunities and their educational outcomes in addition to their health. So as an 8th grade student, seeing these circumstances, Adi couldn't unsee it when she returned to the comfortable confines of Arlington and thought about what she could do to help. So she, do what we all do. She founded a nonprofit organization called Live in the Lights to support those impoverished communities. And the mission of the organization is to ultimately partner with permanent home builders to provide solar electricity as part of those homes to deliver low cost and sustainable electricity. But before they get to the ultimate goal, they're not just sitting on their hands. They come up with an interim solution to provide portable solar-powered battery packs so that while people are still living in temporary housing conditions, they can have access to the reliable and affordable electricity that they need. So far, at least, this may have changed, but I know that they have supported 50 families. Will soon, before this calendar year, reach 100 families. An amazing accomplishment. And so this morning, I've invited Adie and her family to allow us to publicly recognize those accomplishments, to congratulate them all for raising such an impressive and wonderful young woman. I had the opportunity to visit with them virtually over the summer and just came away deeply inspired and wanted the opportunity for Adie to maybe share a few words with the Arlington community today. I would like to recognize her parents, Dr. Yorit Balou and Mr. Brooks Selassie. I don't know who else is all a part of the group that came this morning, but Adie, if you would, you're welcome to come up to this imposing lectern here and deliver a few remarks. And after you're done, I'd like to present you with a letter of commendation from the county board.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Selassie, and looking forward to hearing your comments after such an introduction. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Dorsey, Chair DeFerranti, and members of the Arlington County Board. Good morning. My family and I have lived in Arlington for most of my life. We love this county, its people, and all the joy and growth it has afforded us. It's been my home, and it will always be. It has nurtured me. The more I travel around the country, and around the world really, the more I've appreciated how special Arlington is and how lucky we all are to share and live together in such a wonderful place. I'm a senior in high school, and part of my responsibility as a student is to study where in the world, and in my community especially, there exist challenges that are so complex and intractable that no single entity, the government or the private sector, holds the key to their solution. Issues that require our collective attention as a society. Somewhere along the way in my education, it became clear to me that we as a community can make a lasting impact on these challenges if we pause to talk to one another, test and innovate solutions, and just get something done. It is in this spirit that I founded Care for You DMV when I witnessed the mental health challenges that the pandemic wrought on the young people of Arlington, especially those with limited access to healthcare. My 3-year service as a committee co-chair on the Arlington Teen Network Board provided the context for my understanding. We all deal with change and adversity in different ways. Some of us are deeply impacted. Care for You simply connected with a mental health need with trained professionals who have donatable time. We created a platform for Arlingtonians to take better care of their health, free of cost. Similarly, when I traveled to the South Texan colonias with my classmates more than 5 years ago and witnessed the utter difficulty our brothers and sisters were living in, I stood up for them. I believed that there was a reason why I was called to visit this place. This is hardship, a life off the grid, literally and figuratively. I wanted to lend my voice to them and advocate on their behalf, because I felt deeply that it was my job to do so, not someone else's. I founded the nonprofit Live in the Lights 4 years ago, and indeed, we have managed together to put solar-powered lights above the heads of hundreds of our fellow citizens, especially young children who can now read and study at night and be on their way to becoming productive citizens. In this regard, I am proud that our organization was the first to introduce solar panels to this part of the colonias. In the early days, when I was grappling with how to tackle these challenges of youth mental health in Arlington in the aftermath of COVID, or in the early days of my work trying to tackle the distressing lack of electricity among the citizens of South Texas, I had no idea, and certainly no expectation, that I would stand before you to receive this valuable commendation. I am humbled. Your acknowledgement of my efforts today adds to the gratefulness that I am already filled with, for the goodwill of the Arlington people that I was privileged to serve, to the notes of appreciation that I continue to receive when solar panels have powered up someone's CPAP machine or insulin pump. It's that driving force that compelled me to write 2 books being published this week, and illustrated by my younger brother, Yafi. Thank you for your collaboration, Yafi. You were wonderful. I called one of these books Solar Gratitude to underscore how we helped harness the Texan sun for the health and vitality of our citizens in the colonias, and how much undeserved grace that I too received from so many folks that I got to work and collaborate with. The books are meant to memorialize these lessons from my work for the benefit of my younger peers. I'm grateful too for the generous merit-based college scholarship I received from the Calvin Coolidge Presidential Foundation, an award that reminds me that I have a lot more studying to do, but more importantly, that our work is not done, that it's just getting started. I want my peers in Arlington and around the country to know that our personal initiative matters, our opinion matters, our involvement matters. We should resist inertia and simply aim to take the first step. We should plan to succeed, but never be afraid to fail. So risk-taking and collaboration matter a great deal, and no idea should ever be taken off the table. I call on us today, the youth of Arlington, to strive to leave the city a better and more vibrant place than we found it. And I challenge us to sustainably replenish the resources we consume from it and in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Selassie. Ms. Selassie and family, there are many things that were inspiring about your words, but the one that most struck me is your recognition of the colonias of South Texas. I was well in my 20s before I thought about the challenges and learned about the challenges of the colonias, and the people that live in the colonias oftentimes, as you know, don't have water or sewer services, and that's so your humanity and your inspiration for helping them, and also, frankly, helping inspire us this morning is wonderful. And thank you so much. Ms. Garvey, go ahead.
Yeah, just a minute. I mean, thank you for starting us off in such a great way this morning. Mr. Dorsey, thank you for bringing Ms. Selassie and her family here. I love the name, Live in the Lights. And as a Quaker, I recognize the theme. It's a great one. And I'll just say, you know, we're struggling with so many difficult issues today, climate change, all of the political turmoil. And there are times I kind of fear for our country and our future. And then it's a little bit trite, but it's absolutely true. When we see young people like you, the world's in good hands. We're going to be okay. I think you do have a tough road ahead, to row ahead. But thank you so much for what you've done and your leadership. And I just really look forward to following you and finding out what you do in the future, because we need you and folks like you. Thank you so very much. And thank you to your family, too, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. You do not have to stay for the next parts of the meeting, even if that might be inspiring for us. But thank you so much to each of you, and thank you to you, Ms. Selassie. We will now move to our consent agenda. Madam Clerk, have any items been pulled from our consent agenda?
We have no items pulled from the consent agenda.
With that, I will entertain a motion on the consent agenda. Mr. Dorsey moves, and there's a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We have just passed our consent agenda. Our consent agenda includes a number of items that are that have not been the source of controversy or concern. That does not mean that our consent agenda items aren't important. They very much are. So with that, I'll describe a few of the items in our consent agenda that we passed, and I'll start with an issue that I thought about on Thursday night, because we had a significant thunderstorm, and every time it storms in Arlington, I think back to July 19th, I believe actually July 8th, 2019, when we had significant flooding. What we have approved is $15.1 million for construction of Phase 2 of a stormwater infrastructure at Cardinal Elementary School in the Westover neighborhood and the neighborhoods nearby. It is a very important step. This is an example of the schools and the county working together and shifting really in response to this storm and seeking to address flood resiliency. This will help the Torreyson Run watershed. We are thrilled to move this forward. It's an example of the infrastructure that we need. The next item concerns transportation, and we have Vision Zero and a need to invest in our transportation system to help both in Roslyn and also with transportation alternatives. Those are addressed in the 2 bullets. We continue to invest in our transportation system, and this is part of the work through item 28. The next item that I would just want to highlight, we have approved a site plan amendment to allow additional gross floor area for parking at Crystal Plaza. The developers agreed to help us with this. This additional funds will help us with open space improvements in Crystal City, as we know we have significant investment there. So Crystal Plaza 1 is another piece, and continuing to help with parking requirements and density exclusions will help us as we try to serve the work that is going on in Crystal City. The next item is trail improvements, and this is very important. We know that we need our trails to be in good shape, both for our walkers and our bikers, and this is a significant investment of over $500,000 in the Potomac Yard 4-mile run area. And I hope and I believe that this will help as I try to do the loop on the bike over the coming weeks. The next item is that we approved on consent is one of a couple. This is a park improvement. We approved over $900,000 in investments in the Towers Park playground. This is one of 3 park steps that we have, park investments that we approved on consent. And we are updating a park that is well used, but has not been updated in 20 years. So this is a significant investment we're taking there. The next park that we'll talk about is Marcy Road. These 2 parks are different geographic sides of our county. This is more towards the north side of our county, and this is an important investment in a neighborhood near Potomac Overlook Regional Park, but this is investing in some of our courts, which we talked about earlier today. And I believe there's one more item, if I'm not mistaken, one or two. Oh, one item here that is very important. We've just had our county fair, but the upper field at Thomas Jefferson Middle School and near Thomas Jefferson, where a significant amount of the county fair has been held, is just been so used that we think that this is the right step to do synthetic turf, but we have also made a significant investment in stormwater management and stormwater improvements, which is critical if you've been to that field after a storm in the course of the county fair. Perhaps one more item I'm trying to recall. Nope. Those are just a few of the consent agenda items that we have passed. We are ready to move to our regular agenda item. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please call the first regular agenda item.
Item 43 is consideration of the Arlington Small Business Grant 2.0.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. We'll turn to, I believe, Arlington Economic Development, but first to the manager, Mr. Schwartz, for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to turn this over to Telly Tucker, who also will be assisted by Tara Palacios and Cindy Richmond. So if everything works well, Telly will magically appear. Telly? There he is.
Mr. Tucker, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. County Manager. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. It's our honor to be able to come before the board this morning to present to you Small Business Grant 2.0. As many of the viewers and certainly those of us who worked in the county recall, a year ago, We administered the first emergency grant 1.0 to more than 394 small businesses within Arlington. And per the FY22 board guidance given to staff, we were instructed to look at doing a second round of small business grants for our small businesses here in Arlington. Many of them continue to be impacted by the pandemic and COVID-related challenges associated with doing business, operating their business. And so we have a presentation here, a brief presentation here before you today. Much of the program design has been from what we've learned through our first round of emergency grants, and then over the last 18 months of continually servicing and counseling and mentoring many of our small businesses here in Arlington. So without further ado, I will introduce the director of the Biz Launch program, which is a division within AED, Ms. Tara Palacios. Tara, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing our presentation today on the Arlington Grant 2.0. I am going to share my screen in just a second. And want to make sure that everybody can see that.
We can.
Oh, great. Okay. Let me see if I can move this over. Make this smaller. Here we go. So, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to talk about Arlington's Small Business Grant 2.0. We're really pleased to have had this opportunity come to us again this year to be able to quickly help our small businesses that have been so deeply impacted by the pandemic. And so our goals for Grant 2.0 this time around is we are following the FY22 budget guidance, which provides for this opportunity. But some of the different components that we have as part of this is we want to make sure as we continue on with the pandemic that we're able to provide cash quickly, that we're targeting hard to reach businesses, and that we're targeting people that have been severely impacted, especially based on the industry that they are in. And we also looked at what we did when we did our first iteration of grants to this second iteration. And we've really looked at best practices. We continue to look around the DMV regionally and across the states to see what are some of the best implementations. And so we have provided that for Grant 2.0. We also, over the last 18 months or so, have actually touched about 1,500 businesses through our one-on-one counseling, particularly in folks that have been deeply impacted by COVID-19, and really have learned a lot from them moving forward. And as we design this grant, we wanted to be as thoughtful as possible as we put this Grant 2.0 together. So some of the main components of Grant 2.0 is that it will provide one-time funding of financial grants of a flat $10,000 to support about 200 Arlington County businesses that have been impacted. And the total grant cost would be $2 million. The use of the funds are primarily the same as what we had with Grant 1.0, retaining and supporting employees, restoring financial resiliency, including overhead costs and rent. People are still, business owners are still being impacted by access to capital. Addressing some of the COVID-19 related restrictions, the amount of people that you could have into your facility, as cleaning and making sure that things are good for your customers and your clients when they come in, being able to help with technology and the increasing capacity for businesses that weren't able to quickly pivot to be able to have online sales, creating new marketing strategies and revising business plans. So we wanted it to be as relevant as possible. And some differences between, and when we looked at those best practices from Grant 1.0 to Grant 2.0, are being able to access and target hard to reach communities. Those are business owners that weren't able to take advantage of either the federal or state capital access programming. You had to have a lot of paperwork that you needed to put together. And so we really wanted to be able to help people that weren't able to pivot and weren't able to get those types of grants. We're also targeting industry sectors that had been deeply impacted by the governor's stay-at-home orders. And the difference this time, instead of doing increments up to 10,000, it's going to be a flat 10,000 per eligible business. And then the grant selection process itself, what we did before was we did merit-based, and you would apply and then you would go through different phases. This time we're doing a rigorous selection on the front end, asking key and important questions, including how businesses respond to vaccine questions as we are entering into the Delta variant phase and as we move forward. And so what those questions look like themselves is, for this grant, we want the recipients to make sure that they have vaccinated employees. And so we will be asking the following 2 questions in regards to vaccines. 1, does your business require all employees to be fully COVID-19 vaccinated or participate in a weekly COVID-19 testing protocol? The second question, if not, would you be willing to initiate a COVID-19 compliance program for your employees? Eligibility requirements this time, similar to the first one, in that we want you to have 1 or more commercial locations in Arlington County, including your principal place of business, less than 50 employees across all of those Arlington locations as of September 1st. The industry sectors that we are looking to target, the ones that were most impacted by the governor's stay-at-home orders: arts and entertainment, childcare, hotel and accommodations, personal services, restaurants, food services, food trucks, and retail. We ask that those that apply have a current 2021 Arlington County business license and no tax obligations as of August 1st, 2021. Those businesses that are not eligible are those that have received federal and or state financial assistance for COVID-19. With the exception, you can have received the Arlington County Small Business Emergency Grant 1.0. You're eligible as long as you did not receive federal or state funding. Franchises, except those that are locally owned and operated, web-based businesses, businesses that are permanently closed, businesses that engage in illegal activities, or any government entities or quasi-government entities, including political divisions of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And so as we go through the process, the grant review and notifications, we want to advertise the Grant 2.0 program as much and as widely as possible. So we will do that before we actually turn the lights on to open up the grant itself. Once we receive board approval for this grant, we will then open up applications after we've done some marketing, and it will close approximately 14 days later. We will not consider those grant applications that did not have all of the accurate paperwork or that did not answer the questions. They will not be eligible. We will review by staff to make sure that the applications are complete and that you meet all of the eligibility requirements that I discussed in the earlier slides. And then approximately 30 days later, successful applicants will be notified that they have received the funding. And funding will be dispersed after signed agreements and banking documents have been received. And we will also notify all unsuccessful applicants once all of the funding has been dispersed. So that will open up the opportunity as we move forward. We want to do a tremendous amount of communications and outreach so that we can hit those hard to reach communities. We've already purchased yard signs. Those seem to be working really well during the pandemic. And so we've got yard signs to distribute with QR codes. We're going to be working with Arlington Independent Media to do PSAs on both TV and on radio and in English as well as in Spanish. We're going to do a tremendous amount of work on social media. And we've already started the process of debriefing our partners We've spoken to the Economic Development Commission Small Business Committee. We've talked to all of the partnerships and bids. We've had communications with Arlington Chamber, as well as surrounding chambers in the area, as well as regional organizations through our Small Business Coordinating Council, our faith-based organizations, and as well as nonprofits that are here in the community, because we know it's going to take a village. I don't want our team really wants to make sure that we have as many people notified that are eligible as possible. And so with that, I thank you. We have actually a website that people can go to, arlingtongrant.com. We'll have everything up on social media. We're even on TikTok. So we hope to be able to hit as many eligible businesses as possible. And I really appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Palacios, for your presentation, and both your, as well as Mr. Tucker and Ms. Richmond, all your work for Arlington Economic Development. I believe, I'm not sure, wanted to check with our clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. Okay, if Ms. Palacios could end sharing, thank you. Our first speaker is Crystal Christmas,
Ms. Christmas.
followed by Flavio Sampaio.
Are you there, Ms. Christmas?
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
So I am here. My name is Crystal Christmas. I'm the general manager at the Crystal City Marriott, as well as the chair of the Arlington County General Managers Committee. So I've spoken to some of you, but I'd just like to bring it again to your attention today. Lodging and tourism is extremely important to Arlington County, as we all know, and the Commonwealth economy. In 2019 alone, the lodging and tourism contributed over $3.6 billion to Arlington's economy. And according to a recently conducted survey by the AHLA, despite the uptick in leisure traveler this summer, over business travel and events that account for more than half of our hotels' revenue continue to decline and are not expected to return to pre-pandemic levels until 2024. 67% of business travelers are expected to reduce their trips, and 52% are likely to cancel existing travel plans with no intent to reschedule. The lack of business travel has major consequences for our hotel employment. Arlington hotels are expected to end 2021 down nearly 500 jobs. To date, unlike restaurants and other small businesses, the majority of the lodging industry has received no relief from the county. Hotel occupancies in Arlington have declined an average of 40% year over year. Unfortunately, most hotels are not eligible for the Rebuild Virginia program due to limitations. The gross revenue was $10 million or less in pre-pandemic levels. The hospitality industry was hit extremely hard. Since the pandemic began in early 2020, Arlington has gone from 45 hotels down to 38, losing 1,637 rooms and almost 30,000 square feet of meeting space. We truly need assistance by way of grants. These grants are extremely important to the hotel. Receiving a grant comparable to what Fairfax County, Loudoun County, or even Washington, D.C. would be ideal. Funds received through the grants would be used for items such as payroll. Over 50% of our associates were furloughed or severed in 2020, and most have not returned to work. And some of them even reside in Arlington County. We must bring them back to work. I know that I'm extremely passionate about that, as well as my peers in Arlington. The lack of business travel and events has major repercussions to our hotel employment. Maintaining the guest rooms and physical space, due to COVID, many ownership groups had to eliminate capital funding, and therefore hotels are left with no funds to repair deteriorating projects.
Thank you, Ms.
PP&E, I'm sorry?
if you could wrap up, is my mistake. We try to keep folks in the ballpark of their, if you're able to just take a few sentences and wrap up, please.
Okay, almost done. So just with all of that, the hotels have been a longstanding support of the county, and we now really need your support. Without it, we're in jeopardy of losing business to Washington, D.C., Fairfax, and Loudoun County. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Christmas. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Flavio Sampaio, followed by Mark Carrier.
Ms. Sampaio.
Yes, good morning. I hope you can all hear me and see me.
We can.
My name is Flavia Sampaio, and I am the general manager of the residency in Roslyn, and I'm also a member of the Arlington Economic Development Commission. And it's my pleasure to be here today on behalf of the hospitality industry. Just as Crystal was saying, I would like to emphasize the real need for the hotel sector to receive funds from the county board. We have been hurting for 18 months. This has been, I think, the hardest crisis we've ever experienced in the hospitality industry, not only in Arlington, but I think worldwide. Just to talk a little bit about some data in regards to our hotel in particular, we've let go 2/3 of our workforce. We've only been able to bring back a few of these employees. We are faced with very long hours. If you are a general manager or any manager of a hotel, you've been working 10, 12-hour days, just trying to make up for the lack of staff. We're doing anything from serving breakfast to our guests, to cleaning rooms, to checking people in, checking people out. It is part of our jobs, but it's no longer sustainable. I think we do need some help to be able to bring back the workforce, also to make investments in the hotel. As Crystal pointed out, with the lack of funds, the buildings are deteriorating. So we do need to be able to make investments in the hotel and to be able to compete with other counties such as Fairfax County and Loudoun counties who have gotten more resources to their hotels. Another topic as well is definitely our associates. Some of them have no intentions to come back to the business anymore because they're so really frustrated and lost hope that this will ever get back. So I think we are at the end of our rope right now to really inject some funds to be able to bring back the staff and to be able to service our guests. Some of us may have big brands, such as Marriott, Hyatt's, but at the end of the day, we're all owned and operated individually. So it's very important to not categorize us as having 50 employees or 100 because we're all hurting in different ways, whether it's lack of groups, lack of business travelers. We are hurting profoundly. So I just really hope that there is a very strong consideration to the hospitality industry, just like restaurants. We need help as well. To be able to bring back the staff and provide our guests with the service that they've come to expect when they visit Arlington. So I again, hope for your strong consideration, and we're all hopefully creatively going to move out of this pandemic together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sampaio. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mark Carrier, followed by Charles Hill.
Mr. Carrier.
Hello, you guys hear me?
We can.
Oh, fantastic. I'm the president of BFSOL Company Hospitality Group. We own and operate.
Mr. Carrier?
Yes.
We're getting a little bit of an echo. I'm not quite sure why that might be.
Should be okay now.
Nope. It was because I had my phone on too. My internet dropped. Sorry. Again, we own and operate 3 hotels in the county. I'm a member of the Northern Virginia Chamber Board as well as the National Landing Bid Board. Certainly, as my prior 2 hoteliers have mentioned, the hospitality industry, as you well know, has been very much impacted by COVID in our region, and our dependence on government and corporate travel is a primary factor. I submitted a chart to the board which indicates that over 86% of commercial and government travel in the greater Washington, D.C. area is the level of decline versus 2019. In Virginia, as a Commonwealth, is down almost 64%. It's very dramatic, and certainly in Arlington, that is the business that drives our hotels. Our hotel employment has been impacted dramatically, and largely due to the fact that corporate and government travelers have not come back to office yet. We are still sustaining a level of performance that's quite low. In fact, believe it or not, our greater DC region is in the bottom 5 of the top 25 markets in the country. In fact, in the state of Virginia, Northern Virginia is being doubled up by Virginia Beach. Their RevPAR is twice what ours are. The case I make is that allocation of both core CARES Act and ARP funding to assist hotels in particular is warranted. Montgomery County, the district, Loudoun County, Fairfax have all created hotel-specific programs that have provided funding to hotels. And I urge you to consider that. The program that was just profiled doesn't really fit hotels effectively due to the level of employment that we have and the type of properties that we have. Know that any funding that's provided in grants will go a long way to help us sustain and bring back our workforce. So thank you for the time to speak with you. And actually, I love listening to the profile of Adi Selassie. It just renews your faith in how great our future is. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrier. Next, we appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Charles Hill, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Mr. Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. Thank you for your time this morning and allowing me the opportunity to share my messaging regarding the grant program and dire need for hotels with 50 or more employees to be included. As we're all aware, the county is heavily dependent upon the status of the economy and the willingness of business to travel. Arlington, and more specifically Crystal City, have a heavy concentration of business and government travel based on the corporate representation in our area, driven by the Pentagon and proximity to Washington, D.C. And I would like to briefly share a few statistics to help illustrate how my 2 hotels have been impacted by the loss of business to this area and how, in turn, it has impacted our team. DoubleTree is largely driven off of group business and in-house meeting facilities. In 2020, from March through December, as it was the period most impacted by COVID, group business was down 95% versus 2019. And in-house meeting business was down 98% versus 2019. I'll add that the overall revenue was down 86% for 2019. And in 2021, year-to-date through August, the hotel group business is down 50%, which is only better, sadly, due to the need for National Guard housing. Without that business, we would be down 75% versus 19, and in-house meeting business down 88%. When forecasting for 2021, it was our industry's hope that once we reached the fall, we would begin to see business return. Unfortunately, the very slow upward trajectory of occupancy year to date has turned downward in September and threatens October due to cancellations, with the reason cited as a Delta variant. Now, business is important, but the team that supports the business is critical, and my hotels are supported by team members that have made a career in hospitality. And in each hotel, the average tenure of my team is 15 years. Sadly, to this point, I have still recalled less than 60% of my staff due to lack of business. And I want to briefly share a situation that occurred just last week. With a large group that was with an in-house program scheduled to start on Monday, we looked to recall 11 housekeepers that had been laid off since March of 2020. Calls were made to share the news and letters were sent to make it official when I received a call from the client stating they had to cancel the program due to the continued concern with COVID. The forecast for September dropped by 20% due to this group cancellation. Revenue was lost. Phone calls had to be made to the team members telling them that we no longer had a need for them to return just yet. While I was optimistic that I could see the light at the end of the tunnel, reality has set in that we are not as close as I had hoped. Thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Our next speaker and final speaker is Scott Pedowitz.
Mr. Pedowitz.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Director at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is glad to see Arlington using its American Rescue Plan Act funding for small business support efforts. But this Grant 2.0 program is incomplete, and I join you this morning to encourage Arlington County to do more. As you've been hearing, hospitality has been a historic contributor to Arlington and to our economy. In 2019, travel supported more than 27,000 jobs and $100 million in local tax receipts. Our hotels repeatedly joined with Arlington County to lobby successfully for the General Assembly to restore and to make permanent our transit occupancy tax surcharge to fund destination marketing, a tax that hotels supported to be paid by their own guests. But the pandemic has hit hard, and it shows no signs of letting up. Our hotel occupancy has fallen below 40% for 2021 year to date, and our revenues have cratered, about $50 per available room compared with triple digits before COVID. And the hardest figure of all, more than 2,500 hotel associate jobs have been lost, and the jobs that remain are at risk. Business travel is Arlington's bread and butter. The American Hotel and Lodging Association and Calibri Labs just this week came out with a study showing that business travel to our region is down 86.5% from 2019, and that it is not expected to resume pre-pandemic levels until 2024. Now hospitality asks for our help. Our neighbors have established or are establishing bespoke hospitality grant programs to meet hotels' needs. Fairfax is offering $400 per room. Loudoun, $1,000 per room. Prince William is committing $10 million to this effort. Arlington can and should provide similar assistance. Establishing grants to meet Arlington's hotels' needs whilst travel lags helps to ensure that Arlington's hotels will be ready to receive guests when travel to the DMV resumes. You've heard from some of our hoteliers this morning, all of our public speakers, in fact, a sample, but every hotel and every hotel associate in Arlington has a similar story. We appreciate the desire of the Grant 2.0 proposal to find the hardest to reach need in our community. It's admirable and we support it. But let us not look past the very real need right in front of us. Our hotels and our hospitality workforce, so often pillars of what makes Arlington a strong community, are asking for our help to keep their businesses going, which will keep associates on payrolls, paying their rents and mortgages, and putting their foods on the table. In closing, I ask that as you establish Grant 2.0, please give concrete direction for Arlington County to establish a hospitality grant program along the lines of our neighbors, and for this program to be established in short order, ideally next month. We'll gladly offer our assistance in sorting out the details for such a program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz. Madam Clerk, are there any other public speakers?
No.
Thank you. Then the conversation is now with the board. Appreciate the comments that we've had. Really, I think I'll just start us out. I don't know whether this is for Mr. Tucker or perhaps the manager or Ms. Palacios. I know that we each had conversations with our hotels. I don't know if Mr. Tucker, you and the team, or perhaps Mr. Schwartz, if you wanted to start, had a chance to consider some of the requests with respect to the hotel industry. There's a lot of statistics. There's also some other programs that may be of help. But I wondered if you had thoughts on that, perhaps maybe starting with Mr. Tucker. Or Ms. Palacios, I don't know which of the two of you. I'm hoping one of you will magically appear.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Thank you for recognizing and give us an opportunity to respond. I don't disagree that our hospitality industry has been disproportionately impacted. Just want to make sure that we clarify the Small Business Grant 2.0 that we are presenting and speaking about today was never designed to be a relief program specifically for the hospitality industry. I think that it remains to be seen about how we can craft an additional support or resources for the hospitality industry, given the resources that we have at our disposal, either through ARPA or through other means. So I just wanted to clarify that I'm not I don't want to diminish the impact to the hospitality industry. I do believe the impacts have been far greater to the hospitality industry than many of our other sectors, and they certainly have needs. That's undoubtedly the case because we are primarily a business travel market. And so staff has had numerous conversations with individual hoteliers, general managers, the Chamber Hotel GM Committee, as well as some of our Virginia Restaurant, Touring, and Lodging Association members as well. There have been resources put behind marketing for destination marketing organizations, such as our Arlington Convention and Visitor Services. There are additional funds that the state also just recently appropriated. I don't have those exact figures in front of me, but I do know that those are designed to go toward destination marketing organizations to help with marketing for tourism travel and to ultimately benefit our hospitality sector. While there's no one light switch that you can flip that will make it all better, so to speak. There is some relief there, but I think that we can continue to have conversations with county leadership and with our hospitality sector to decide if there is more that the county can do to support them and how we do that in an equitable way, given the finite amount of resources that we have available. If there are specific questions that you'd like for me to respond to beyond that, please, I'm happy to. I just wanted to add that perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. I think we may have follow-up questions. I see this as mostly the focused area. I do want to just note, just to sort of reiterate, hotels are eligible and accommodations are eligible with 50 employees or less. And also, I think as we continue to consider this, the state's funding that would be available, I think I heard 10 million in gross revenue as the figure is another one. But those are relevant facts, but not to dispute the challenge. 2,500 individuals losing their employment is serious. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. A very similar line of questioning, and wanted to ask some specifics to better get my head around the state and federal programs for the highly affected hotel industry, and wanted to in particular thank Ms. Christmas and Ms. Sampaio, as well as Mr. Carey or Mr. Hill, for putting a very human face on what I know has been a catastrophic year and a half for the industry. One of the things to muse briefly, but on the big picture, that I think has been incredibly frustrating for us throughout the pandemic is that we like to think of Arlington as sort of having the capacity to solve our own problems. And I think the pandemic has really highlighted, whether it was early in the pandemic, access to testing and PPE when there was a global shortage, certainly at the time of vaccine implementations, that there are unfortunately some problems beyond the scope of what a local government can solve. And I think, Mr. Carrier's data to note that and this is of course Virginia-wide, but that the hotel industry has lost on the order of $1.5 billion really highlights that. I mean, that outstrips our annual budget in Arlington County. And I think even when you look at even just one of our very large hotels, which I think, as Ms. Sampaio, as others pointed out, are Arlington owned and operated, even if they have that international brand associated. We see the impact and it's enormous, but if we were to, provide, for example, on the order of $1,000 per room, 3 hotels maybe, and that swamps the entirety of this program's budget. There's just, I think, a challenge of scale for us. Not one of empathy or recognition of how important the hotel industry is to Arlington's continued future, and certainly not a lack of understanding of how significantly one has been hit. This leads me to my question, which is as follows: if this is bigger than something that Arlington, as a locality, can get our arms around, I'm hoping Mr. Tucker or Ms. Palacios or others could give us some insight into what federal and state resources have been available to the hotel industry. I was particularly concerned by Ms. Christmas's comments that the hotels were not eligible for the state relief programs, if I've heard her correctly. And is there an area that we can, I know I think about this maybe analogous to residents trying to stay into their homes, we've offered smaller scale support, which is to say, rent relief on the order of a couple months at a time. We've also made it a priority to connect folks, tenants, to state and federal relief. And so is there some, analogous piece here where we can do a better job either connecting our hotels to relief opportunities from larger scale programs for which, could be more appropriately positioned to help relieve needs of this magnitude, or is there more lobbying that we can do to ensure that an entity, be it the state or the federal government, that is better positioned to meet on this scale can step up to assist? So it's sort of a couple questions buried in that question. Let me know if you need me to clarify.
Not sure if that's Mr. Tucker.
I think that's probably for Mr. Tucker, but if there's anybody else on the line from AED who's specifically working with the state or the federal government on business relief programs for the hotel industry, just anything you know about the landscape of what's available for hotels at the federal level or state level, anything you know about that maybe your limitations that we could help push on.
Sure, I'll begin, and maybe what I'll do is offer Cindy Richmond, our deputy, is also on the line, and maybe she can help add some color here. I do know that many of our hoteliers did apply for and receive payment protection program loans early on from the federal government. Also, the Rebuild Virginia grant program, my understanding is the parameters were expanded to allow for some hotels to apply. I don't have the data on whether any of them were successful in accessing any of the Rebuild Virginia from grants from the state. But I do know a number of our hotels did receive our payment protection program federal funds. Not to say that they are adequate enough to address the traumatic impact and the disproportionate impact of the ongoing pandemic. But those are two programs specifically. The most recent, the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, did specifically call out in its description that the resources could be used to support the hospitality, hotel, tourism sector. But they did not create a specific program earmarked for hospitality or hotels. And I know that was a frustration to many. I was surprised. They had specific call outs for entertainment venues, for example, but they did not have a specific set aside, so to speak, for hotels, as I understand it. And so that was a bit disappointing. So then it becomes incumbent upon, I think, many of the localities to determine how it wants to use its funds. And then we have, as Ms. Crystal, you alluded to, with all the competing interests that we have at a local level, on basic physiological needs associated with keeping people in homes and keeping people fed and a number of other things, it then becomes a real challenge to figure out from a scale standpoint and a finite amount of resources how we spread that to do the most good for the most people. And I believe Arlington has 10,000 hotel rooms. And so when we look at what some of our neighboring localities have done with regard to room key grants, it becomes very difficult to muster up the amount of resources that would be needed to provide a reasonable impact or a reasonable grant to our hotels, given the volume of impact the volume of hotel rooms that we have here. And so it just, I'm just trying to shed some additional light on the challenge that we have before us, and it's really one of a certain scale and impact. That how do we, given the finite amount of resources we have, how do we design programs and assistance that actually move the needle and provide relief in areas where they're much needed?
Yeah.
Cindy, do you have anything else to add by way of federal or state programs?
No, I think you covered it, but I do know that we are hopeful that we will be able to get some money from the state to help with marketing our destination. Okay. And so that's likely to be what's heading towards us right now. Mm-hmm. And I agree that's going to help some, but not necessarily directly to the hotel properties that are in Arlington.
Thank you both. I appreciate that additional insight.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I think I'll sort of pick up where we left off. And first, actually, to make it clear, I think we don't have a motion on the table when it comes to the manager's recommendation. I think the program is great, and I really appreciate the thought that has gone into it, particularly the need to kind of pivot and move quickly and find a way to be really pretty quick and efficient about getting this money out. So that brings us to the hotel issue. The more I kind of listen and think about it, it seems to me the solution for hotels is probably, and I don't know if there's not one solution, but it probably needs to be addressed in actually, I think, a regional way. And I find myself remembering how this region came together and cooperated to bring Amazon here when we had HQ2 coming. And there was a lot of cooperation between the economic development offices and really everybody in the states. Everybody kind of came together. I think we probably need something like that for the hotel industry here, which is crucial for, I think, everybody around the capital region. So I'd like to see and maybe some things are going on. I'm thinking what I would like to request for myself is probably a briefing of some sort in the next, a couple of weeks, and sort of what the thinking is. I think perhaps this is, when it comes to regional solutions, this is a way perhaps those of us up here can be of assistance with our connections with COG and the region. But I find myself thinking hotel industry itself is probably going to be somewhat restructured, how people approach staying at hotels, what attracts people. I think this region is really well positioned for the long term because we're the capital, for heaven's sakes. It's a wonderful place to be. Has a lot of fascinating things that people would like to see. There are a lot of reasons for people to come here. Human beings do like to travel. I don't think that's going to change. And we tend to be highly educated and highly into taking our vaccines and making it safe for everybody here. And I find myself thinking it'd be interesting. Some of the markets for conventions, some of the areas in the country that tend to have a lot of conventions, large cities, they don't do so well on vaccinations and things. I think they will start to not do as well in the competitive market of getting people to come here. But again, I think it probably needs to be a real major rethink, which I know is probably not what the folks that came to talk to us today, and I really appreciate them coming and talking to us outside of the meeting as well. I think it was Ms. Sampia said something, we're all hurting. And I think we know that, and we know we need to do something. This just feels like a very large problem that needs a real strategic approach to, and a strategic approach that brings in everybody together. So that's probably a long way of saying not just a whole lot, but I am interested in getting a briefing, and maybe the five of us up here can work with staff and think about how to possibly get more of a regional way of attacking this issue, because I think we all depend on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I would share in that interest for information, and specifically, I think I mentioned in meetings earlier this week that I'd like to learn about learn in more specificity and detail, both about the federal and state programs, but also about Fairfax and Loudoun's work on this. And it does help to think about specific jobs. I also am interested in how many have been lost and some of the numeric components. I'm also interested in the tourism, the marketing piece. Emily Cassell and we'll be speaking later this month at a gathering. So those are a couple of thoughts. I think at this stage, certainly open, we could get a motion on the table. We'll have some more discussion as we finalize and consider the motion. Is there a motion with respect to Grant 2.0? Ms. Crystal.
Motion in three parts, colleagues. First, that we approve the Arlington Small Business Grant 2.0 agreement outlined in the staff report dated September 15, 2021, outlining the disbursement and management terms and conditions of the program, that we further authorize the manager or his designee to sign on our behalf this agreement among Arlington, the IDA, the Industrial Development Authority, and the individual businesses that receive a Grant 2.0, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And finally, that we allocate $2 million from the FY22 COVID-19 contingent, i.e. the ARPA funding, which will be transferred to the IDA and then to the individual businesses, subject to the terms and conditions of the agreement among Arlington County, the IDA, and the individual businesses themselves.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Crystal?
I would like to, and I appreciate actually Ms. Garvey's note that this is inevitably what happens as we talk about the thing that is unresolved and not the things that are. I'm really excited to see this grant program move forward again. I know that the first round was really meaningful for the businesses that received them, particularly for our smaller businesses. $10,000 can be a lifeline, and I appreciate in particular staff's focus on balancing the need to set the criteria in such a way that this would get to the businesses that most need the funding, specifically those who have not been recipients of federal or state relief to date. And to include criteria that reflected community prioritization, vaccinations. That is our only way out of this thing, which I think is shared across all who spoke today, as well as the board and staff. And to balance those kind of criteria and goals of the program with the need to just get this money to suffering small businesses as expeditiously as possible. And so I think that the framework of getting folks past that qualifying hurdle and then getting the money out the door rather than subjecting this to kind of a multi-tiered review process, et cetera, is reflects thoughtfulness and urgency on the part of our economic development team. So I think this is a great program, a well-designed program, a needed program, and one that I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I will just offer, Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, but for equity and facilitation, I do believe Mr. Karantonis was seeking to be recognized before, but if he's changed, terrific. Thank you. So thank you for the motion. Certainly, I think this is great public policy when you're able to take a program that's designed to help businesses that are struggling. You evaluate that program, figuring out what are some of your gaps, and you come up with a way to further reduce some of those gaps. And that's really the lens through which I view Grant 2.0. And I really applaud staff for a careful analysis of how they can go about effectively filling those gaps and providing businesses what they need most, and that is relatively unrestricted, unfettered access to capital. You know, the conversation, spend a minute commenting on the hotel issue, is very different from Grant 2.0. It's another sector that's experienced its own unique challenges, and one that's probably not at all really well addressed by the way in which we have approached the grant program. And so I'll count myself as being maybe perhaps a little different from some of the comments earlier. I think there is something that we can do, and I think we can do it at a scale that does have some meaning. 10,000 hotel rooms in Arlington, for example, while you can't do $1,000 per room, you could do $200 per room, and that's the same amount that we're allocating to Grant 2.0. And you know, certainly I'm not one to know the industry well enough to know whether that's meaningful, but it seems meaningful to me. Furthermore, I think the great work of staff can really get at making sure that we identify further from that 10,000 who is in the greatest area of need. I have great confidence that they can come up with evaluation criteria to ensure that we are sort of creating a finite universe of people who absolutely have no other avenue of help other than our locally generated funds. And that can come from some sort of a jobs metric, jobs added or retained. Certainly, I think staff is well within their capability of making sure that we just don't go to pad battered balance sheets, but that we truly are able to provide assistance for folks without whom survival is questionable at best. So I look forward to that conversation. I think, you know, Ms. Garvey, regional work on this is definitely a great call, and we should also just be reminded that a lot of people in our region have already done what we're being asked to do, and are not engaging in that creates an issue and creates a problem. And so I'm looking forward to digging into that work over the coming months, but having that stand on its own and not to step on the great success of today, which is truly tremendous work and a great program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first preface that the discussion that we had about the hospitality sector here is really not congruent with the scope of the motion. So this is a completely different animal. I believe that the hospitality sector timely has warned us that recovery will be long and painful. I remember that they were already last year saying that there is no horizon of recovery before 2024. So that is consistent still. What I see is that expectations for a quicker recovery because of the vaccination effort and you know, the optimism of getting out of this, you know, sooner, these expectations are now not confirmed. So the sector is aching, and we see the need. I see the need as well, but this is a different conversation. This is a completely different scale. I'm familiar with the Fairfax County program, Pivot, for example. I believe that's about $400 per room, if I'm not wrong. We need to talk about that. What we are talking here, and I believe that this is important, is, and what makes me an enthusiastic supporter of the motion is it is about hard-to-reach businesses. These are businesses, small businesses, less than 50 employees, that haven't had the access to any of the many programs of state and federal support. It is tough to find these businesses, I agree. And one proof of that is that throughout the report and the conversations we have had with Ms. Palacios and with Mr. Tucker, we couldn't really have an idea of how many there are and how long it will take. So I'm extremely excited to support the motion, because this will give us also an insight on a sector, on parts of our small business sector that we don't know how they are doing right now. What we know is that they haven't been able to access any of the previous instruments of support, which concerns me, because we have to know why. The second thing is, I'm concerned, though, that there's still a part of our small business universe that is aching and we haven't supported. And this is connected to the condition that they have to have a commercial establishment. I fully understand that the scope of the grant here is to fund the operation, to support them with operational money, so to pay their rent, for example. Therefore, they have to have a commercial establishment. But I'm thinking also of the Uber drivers, of the 1099s who work in nail salons, etc. These have been typically businesses that didn't have either the sophistication or the formal ability to access the paycheck protection loans before, or if they accessed them, they got very little money out of this. So I am still interested in these businesses as well. Having said that, I'm supportive of this. It's the first step. I know that we will have more conversations about that when we talk about other instruments. We are still thinking about long-term support, like a microloan program. And I'm open to discuss this hospitality industry's issues as we look forward. I think Ms. Crystal made a very important points. You said maybe we have to also align our lobbying, and I think this is important. Remember that one of the biggest customers is GSA, and I think that this is a critical customer to work with, and the channel to GSA is through the federal government and our lobbying efforts there.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I guess for Mr. Tucker or Mr. Schwartz, I want to just make an ask as to what the right structure, without getting so granular as to be too prescriptive, but while putting enough structure around what we would do to start to analyze this next question. I guess I'm associating myself with Mr. Dorsey's interest in this, but I think that numeric analysis would be helpful. But is there a time frame in which we think we could do some of this analysis and come back that is, realistic, so we know we'll get to this, but not so rushed that it's unrealistic? Mr. Schwartz, maybe?
So So on Tuesday at the recess meeting, I'll be providing an update for you on American Rescue Plan funding more broadly, and to get I think at that time, if you would give me a sense of what scale of a program you're interested in, I think that would be most helpful. The Pivot program in Fairfax and what they've done at DC does it based on a key room basis, and we can come back with a summary of what those are. And I share the concern about the hospitality industry. One thing that I think that we need to focus on is whether the one-time assistance in this case will get the businesses to the place where they can actually stand on their own. I mean, I think one of the premises we have here with the Arlington small businesses is a hope that the kinds of entities, whether they be restaurants or sort of small entrepreneurs, might be able to use this as a bridge to a better place, because we can't provide that. I have some questions, though I think the need is absolutely there. Some of the things I've heard is that the hospitality industry is looking at a 3 or 4 year journey. So that doesn't mean it's not something we should provide, but I think we can also provide that level of context, and we could talk a little bit more about that on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I think Tuesday would be helpful on the budget piece. I would imagine that briefing that Ms. Garvey mentioned, and it might take a little bit more time to put together some of the, we could get an initial summary on the Pivot program, the other programs, but I'm going to want to sort of understand it a little bit better over the coming 2 to 4 weeks. And I feel like that's a realistic time frame, and I hope that Mr. Tucker is not, that works for you, unless you have additional thoughts you wanted to add to the sort of analysis that we're hoping for. I'll take your reticence and not appearing as a bubble, Mr. Tucker, as full assent that the next agreement, that the next week can work. So the question is on Ms. Crystal's motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much to those who spoke. And we have approved the small business piece, and we will come back to the analysis that we were just describing as we work through the budget process over the coming month with briefings, but also as we work forward. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Yes, I will, very soon. Consideration, the next item is item number 44, which is consideration of an ordinance to enact a disposable plastic bag tax.
Thank you. On item 4, we're to the manager for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Cowan is either going to show up in person. Oh, there she is. She's in a secure location around the corner, and she'll have a presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Cowan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So the item, as you just mentioned, for consideration before you this morning is the adoption of a plastic bag tax ordinance. Next slide, please. So just some background on the ordinance itself. The General Assembly, as you all know, back in 2020, now allows, with the passage of this legislation, now allows localities to, at their option, impose a 5-cent tax for plastic bag use in grocery stores, convenience stores, or drugstores. Importantly, this tax would be collected in the same manner that the current retail sales tax is, which is done by the State Department of Taxation. So this is not a collection or administration effort on the county government or the Commissioner of Revenue or the Treasurer. It really is administered, and the regulations are at the state level. Under the legislation that was passed, localities are required to submit their ordinance to the state 3 months before the effective tax date, of which is recommended at January 1st of 2022, which gives not only the State Department of Taxation time to get ready for the implementation and all they need to do with grocers and retailers and so on, but it also helpfully will give us additional time for education and outreach, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. And then just as a note, the support for a disposable plastic bag tax has been in your adopted legislative priorities since 2018. Next slide, please. So environmental impacts of plastic bags, I think as you all know, you've seen this in streams and plastic bags in streams and waterways. We know that they can cause issues in our stormwater system and in trees. They are also considered a contaminant in our recycling stream. So if the plastic bag is disposed of in your single use, or not your single use, in your blue bin at your home, that can cause issues with the recycling equipment that we have for our processing and cause other issues. Additionally, in addition, of course, to the environmental impact, this proposed change, we're hopeful will be another step in the broader behavioral changes that we're seeking as we try to encourage, the three principles that you've heard for so long: reduce, reuse, and recycle. I would also note that the solid waste management plan that was adopted by the board actually back in 2004 does talk about, of course, the impact on plastic on our environment. And importantly, we had just begun the informal first steps of the update of that plan, which will take over the next 2 years or so. And so you'll hear a lot more about that in the coming months. Next slide, please. So again, more details on the ordinance. Each disposable bag that is utilized would be charged a 5-cent fee at the register. Paper bags are not included, which is a little bit different than how like Maryland's tax is imposed. Some plastic bags are exempt, just so that users understand this. So durable plastic bags intended for reuse, 4 mils in width. Plastic bags that are used solely to wrap food items such as ice cream, meat, fish, that kind of thing, to avoid damage and contamination are exempt. Plastic bags for dry cleaning and prescription drugs, and then plastic bags for garbage, pet waste, leaf removal. Those are all excluded from the tax as laid out in the state guidelines. Next slide, please. Other details on the ordinance, recognizing the impact that this will have on retailers. Retailers will be able to keep a portion of the tax to account for their administrative costs. So through January 1st of 2023, retailers will get to keep 2 cents from the tax on each plastic bag. And then it shifts after January 1st to retailers will be allowed to keep 1 cent per bag. As I mentioned earlier, the revenues will be distributed on a monthly basis, and like the sales tax from the taxation back to the county. And then there are restrictions on how we can use the proceeds of the tax. So the revenues must be used for environmental cleanup, educational programs, mitigating pollution and litter, and as importantly, we'll talk a little bit more about this, providing reusable bags to recipients of the federal SNAP and WIC programs. We don't have a revenue estimate of this right now. I think, and it's just really difficult to project what this will mean for behavioral changes, how many people will, all of those types of things. So we don't have a revenue estimate yet. I would note that we'll talk a little bit about what others in the region have done. Alexandria did a very, very preliminary kind of off-the-cuff estimate that this could generate possibly $50,000 a year. But I think we'll all just see, we'll be monitoring that carefully, and we'll be back to the board. Our plan is that certainly we'll have 1 or 2 months worth of data for the FY23 budget process. We'll be able to give you an update then and, take that into consideration for the next budget. Next slide, please. State guidelines, just spending a minute on this because really all of the questions regarding implementation and how the tax will be administered and what's subject to the tax and what isn't really are being handled by the state. One of the questions that has delayed our implementation of this tax earlier, and I think also for other jurisdictions in the state, was that they had not issued final implementation guidelines. They did so on September 1st, which is great. They have a public comment period for their final guidelines that ends on October 27th. It's our understanding in talking to the state that they do not expect those guidelines to change. We have a link on our website. They're out there. So if anyone has any questions about that, those implementation guidelines are very helpful. Moving to the next slide, please. As I mentioned, just wanted to give an overview of what other jurisdictions are doing. Fairfax County adopted this 5-cent tax on Tuesday. The city of Alexandria is actually considering this morning, so I don't know if they've taken action first or if you will, but it's underway right now. And those both would be effective January 1st of 2022 as well, so we're all aligned there. The district has had this tax in place since 2010, and Montgomery County and Maryland has had it in place since 2011. I would also note that we are collaborating with Fairfax and Alexandria A joint press release will be going out later today. And we are working on ideas for the joint approach to the education and marketing campaign, since it will be all happening in the 3 jurisdictions at once. So super excited about that regional effort there. Next slide, please. So outreach and feedback, and I know we have public comment next, so you will hear more directly from constituents and advocates who are interested or have concerns about this. We did do individualized outreach to some of our key stakeholders in the business, environmental, and nonprofit communities. And I will just summarize at least what we've heard, although again, I expect you'll hear more this morning. We've heard very positive comments about how this will have a positive impact on the environment. We have heard some concerns about equity and the impact this would have on low-income households. As I mentioned, the ordinance and the state legislation does allow us to use proceeds of this tax for reusable bags for recipients of WIC and SNAP. But it's our intent to do something more broadly to distribute reusable bags for at-risk communities over the next 3 months, along with education. And we'll be doing that with our nonprofit partners, the safety net nonprofit partners, our affordable housing partners, and sort of bring the bags to those communities. We have heard about the impact on smaller grocers and retailers, particularly those who are not supported by a large corporate structure. And so we will be doing some individualized outreach as best we can there, including distribution of recycled bags. Concerns of implementation just in general during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then general concerns, about just taxation, in general. We also have heard a little bit, understandably, about the current shortage of paper bags and what that could do to supply chains or impacts there. But I think what's great about having a 3-month lag of the effective date until January 1st is it does give us a lot more time to work to educate the public, to take these more targeted outreach efforts about what to expect. And so that will be, our next task from a county perspective in terms of implementation of the tax. And then the final thing, just quickly before I wrap up, normally I would be joined by colleagues from DES, and next slide, please. Sorry. Colleagues from DES, in particular, our Solid Waste Management Bureau, as you know, takes the lead on the majority of of these types of issues. But today we have the Rock and Recycle event, which is an all hands on deck kind of event at the Trade Center. It goes on until 2 o'clock. I encourage anyone out there, if you can get down there, it's really a great event. You get to see some back of shop operations that really show how we in our county operations really try to work these principles of reuse, reduce, and recycle into how we do things. And for little kids, you can jump into a backhoe in a truck, and it's really cool. So you should try to join that if you can. It ends at 2 o'clock. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cowan. Colleagues, we have heard we've gotten a lot of emails on this issue. Most in strong agreement. We've gotten 1,500 petition signatories and maybe 100 emails. So in this case, I will go ahead and ask if we can start. Oh, that's right. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. We may have several comments, and we'll want to hear them. Madam Clerk, do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. Our first speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Kirit Mukherjee. Adam Theo.
Mr. Theo, are you here?
Oh, he is.
Yes, I am virtual online.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Theo.
So I'm glad that Arlington County is concerned about the environment and reducing the number of plastic bags in landfills. It's a serious issue. I happily use reusable totes myself. Every time I go back down to Georgia and Florida to visit friends and family, I be sure to swing by the local Publix to pick up some of the supermarket's reusable totes. Love them. My concern with the reusable bag with the one-use bag tax is that it may be used as just a money grab, yet another tax by the county, and would not be as effective to fight environmental concerns. What I would love to see from the county is when implementing this bag tax of 5 cents per bag, that the money, dollar for dollar, is used to be revenue neutral, and they use it to offset another more unfair tax. I personally would love to see a reduction of the business tangible property tax that the county currently levies. That is an inherently unfair tax for small businesses and is a big reason that our local economy has been hurting. So please consider using the revenue from a bag tax to offset some other more unfair tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kirit Mukherjee.
Mr.
followed by
Mukherjee.
Stephen Delisio.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good to hear you. Go ahead.
Good morning, County Board members. Just very briefly, this is an idea whose time has come. 10 years ago, a number of citizens, including myself, met with then Chair Jay Fassett to discuss plastic bags. At the time, the prevailing wisdom was that Arlington did not have a lot of options to do something about it. And I'm happy to say a lot has changed in the 10 years since, including awareness about climate change and its urgency. Arlington should go ahead and take this small step, but it should also consider doing something about styrofoam like Maryland and some other localities have, and improving the community energy plan with tighter deadlines, timelines, and enforcement, because just this one step is not a solution to what we're facing as a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Stephen Delisio, followed by John Kelly.
Mr. Delisio.
My name is Stephen Delisio, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, or C2E2, regarding the proposed tax on single-use plastic bags. Though we have not had time to discuss and take a formal position on this ordinance, the C2E2 has expressed its general support for such a measure several times in the past, most recently in our letter and our comments on the FY22 budget. This plastic bag tax will help reduce plastic pollution in Arlington and protect our citizens. Plastic bags are an unsightly source of litter in our streams and natural areas that harm wildlife. As they break down into smaller pieces, they contribute to growing plastic contamination of our water, soil, air, and food. Plastics are a fossil fuel byproduct that creates CO2 emissions throughout their life cycle, contributing to global warming. As we've seen this past summer with the intense heat waves, brutal forest fires, and worsening droughts, climate change is one of the greatest environmental threats that we face as a community. DC successfully implemented a tax on all kinds of disposable bags, resulting in an 80% reduction in the use of disposable bags within 3 years of its implementation. The Alice Ferguson Foundation reported a 72% decline in plastic bags collected by volunteers during cleanups after the bag fee was implemented. Objections made to such taxes are generally overstated. One is that the tax would harm people of lesser means. In DC, surveys indicate that over 75% of residents support or are at least indifferent to the bag tax, regardless of what ward they live in, and most have easily shifted to using reusable bags. Measures such as an education campaign on transitioning to the use of reusable bags and directing some of the funds generated from the tax into programs that help the poor could offset the impact on lower-income individuals and have been effective in other jurisdictions to smooth the transition. Some have argued that the transition to reusable bags could cause the spread of coronavirus through multiple people touching the bags. Scientists have refuted this idea. In June of 2020, over 100 scientists signed a statement affirming that reusable shopping bags are safe for use during the pandemic if they are cleaned properly. At least 471 localities in 8 states have adopted ordinances or laws to either ban or tax plastic bags. It is time for Arlington to take this first step to protect our environment and ourselves from this scourge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisio, for your Delisio. Thank you. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is John Kelly, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Mr. Kelly, are you there virtually?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. I prepared some written remarks as well. I hope those were received and taken into consideration, but I'll just summarize them briefly this morning. First off, for 3 reasons, the county board should reject this tax. First, it's unsafe. Second, it is unjust. And third, it is ineffective. And regarding safety, the prior speaker mentioned the the coronavirus concerns concerning the use of reusable bags. One point he noted was that if they are properly washed before being brought to the store, that mitigates coronavirus concerns. There's no way to check that. There's no way to know whether an individual has brought a bag that has been cleaned versus, contaminated with coronavirus. If it's contaminated and it's handled by a checker or a bagger, and then subsequently that checker or bagger services numerous other patrons of that store, we could have a super spreader event. So rather than thinking of this as a bag tax, we should think of this as a super spreader tax. Second, on the point of unjustness, I think there's been numerous studies that have shown that bag taxes have a disproportionate impact on the poor. The county in the briefing materials for this said they were going to take an investigation how to mitigate those. I heard some things today about providing bags to WIC or at-risk communities, but that's not going to go far enough. I mean, that's patently obvious. The cost of this is going to be borne by those who don't have the means to either drive or otherwise reasonably convey these bags, much less purchase them. And we already see an increase in cost of foods due to inflation and other factors. This is just going to be a further burden on those individuals. And worse, the money is going back into the pockets of the actual retailers themselves, the grocery stores and the like. So this cost from the bag tax is going to be disproportionately borne by those at-risk individuals and further eroding their income. So whereas we're hearing a lot of tax the rich these days from the likes of AOC and company, this is quite clearly a tax on the poor and should be flatly rejected for that reason alone. Lastly, regarding ineffectiveness, this tax doesn't apply to paper bags. Numerous studies have shown that paper bags require more fossil fuels, require more energy, release more CO2 gases, and frankly, contribute to a greater mass in our landfills than plastic bags. So this notion of Arlington wanting to be a model for sustainability for other communities is flatly unsupported by this tax, in that we're actually going to be having a preference towards paper bags, which are less environmentally friendly than these plastic bags. And just to clear up a misconception we frequently see, these are not single-use bags. We routinely line our trash cans, pick up pet litter with these grocery bags. They serve admirably in that purpose. So these are, they have a very valid purpose beyond taking our groceries home. And I think this tax has no basis and thus must be rejected for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Pedowitz, next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Once again, I am Scott Pedowitz, the Government Affairs Director at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber asks Arlington County not to impose a 5-cent tax on plastic shopping bags at this time on account of the continuing COVID-19 pandemic. We also have concerns about inequities resulting from the rollout of this tax, notwithstanding Arlington County's best intentions in that area. Now, we fully support individuals bringing their own reusable bags to carry groceries. Indeed, after this meeting later this afternoon, I'll be heading to the supermarket and I will schlep my purchases home in a backpack and a pair of totes that I received as giveaways at Nats Park. However, inasmuch as I personally began using reusable bags some time ago, the persistence of the pandemic risks this tax effectiveness in incentivizing other consumers to switch. Some grocers suspended the use of patron-provided carriers earlier in the pandemic as a safety precaution to limit direct contact between their frontline employees and customers. Now, we are all hoping for the best outcomes and reductions in virus transmission. But alas, the past few months with Delta have taught us that we cannot be so sanguine about the pandemic's future. Should grocers reimpose these restrictions as the tax is due to take effect in January, its purpose as an incentive for customers to switch will be frustrated. Given this uncertainty, Arlington County should not impose this tax whilst the pandemic persists. We're also concerned that enforcement related to this tax will fall inequitably within our community. Retailers will have a short time as proposed to get familiar with and to start collecting this tax. This will be a particular burden on our smaller neighborhood serving retailers who do not have compliance departments and who may find the particulars of this ordinance confusing. Sadly, we all know examples of small businesses here in Arlington who have inadvertently run afoul of tax laws with no intent not to comply, but with results that were severe for the health of their business nonetheless. I fear that such will be likely in this instance as well. I recall that when the district passed its bag tax, WAMU ran a story about the DC government official whose job it was to go shopping, ask for a bag, and then validate that the tax was charged on their receipt. Now, stores that did not collect this tax were then subjected to an enforcement action. And endearingly reported though it was, this example does not make me rest any easier about the potential impact on our smallest retailers. For these reasons, related to the unknown impact of the persistent COVID-19 pandemic and the risk of inequitable outcomes more likely to catch out our smallest retailers, the Chamber asks that you not impose the plastic bag tax at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedowitz. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Audrey Clement.
Mr. Byrne.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes, I've written you a letter about this. The problem really is that nobody, the county, as far as I know, is not a contact jurisdiction to have bag tax to find out if they really do reduce the use of bags. My experience is they don't. In fact, the proposed bag tax will probably greatly increase, not decrease, the use of plastic bags. This is a really bad idea as currently proposed. Grocery stores and others will reap a windfall profit each time they dispense a product in a plastic bag. Therefore, they'll place all of their products in plastic bags rather than paper bags, unless a customer asks if they will not do this. This is simple business. I mean, why shouldn't they? Most customers will not make any requests. The customers either won't take the time to check their receipts to see whether the store imposes a charge, or will not contest the charge to avoid delays. New York State has had a bag tax for many years. The state and the stores both profit from the transactions. I have often seen the above occur in the state when I visit. It will certainly occur in Arlington. It's even worse during the COVID pandemic when people go to the stores and the stores bring the thing, and the stores bring the bags out to the cars. They'll just put it in a plastic bag in the store. They'll be charged when they bag it. So obviously, they're going to do it. Why shouldn't they? Right now, a lot of the stores are using paper bags like Harris Teeter or others. This will change it. You're incentivizing the plastic bags for the retailer. Therefore, you basically should never pass a tax that incentivizes a private business. It's just going to reverse it. And there will be a follow-up to see if this is actually working, or whether you're getting any reduction in plastic bags. I think you'll get more like an increase in the number of plastic bags dispensed. And of course, plastic bags are a problem, but this is not the way to address it. If you wish to decrease rather than increase plastic bags, you must require store owners to remit the entire tax to the county rather than keep any part of the tax for themselves. There is no other workable solution, and you're just, as I say, incentivizing the use of plastic bags to the store, and customers are not going to check their bills. It'll just be buried at the bottom. Maybe they don't even look to see what the tax is. It would mean nothing to them. They're not going to change. A few will ask specifically for plastic bags. Some may complain they were given a plastic bag, but most won't. Most will just take the plastic bag, not worry about the tax, no matter what their economic income is. And of course, the lower income people won't even know about this, so they'll never even notice it. I mean, most of them are following this thing very carefully. That's your problem right here.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Ms. Clement.
Okay. My name is Audrey Clement. I'm an independent candidate for Arlington County Board. I want to endorse the proposed plastic bag tax as a necessary and provident step to end pollution of the Potomac River and its tributaries. However, I don't like the county's spin. In announcing the proposal, the county described itself as, quote, a national leader in sustainability efforts, ranging from its plan to become a carbon neutral community by 2050 to its addition this month of residential curbside food scraps collection, diverting substantial organic waste from trash to create beneficial compost, end of quote. Boasting about being a sustainability leader might come as news to the 400 plus cities that had already banned or taxed plastic bags by August of 2019. County Board will tell you that it couldn't adopt a bag tax until the legislature authorized localities to do so in 2020. Yet for 10 years, it resisted Green Party calls to adopt a bag ban, which was already permissible under state regulations governing solid waste disposal. Another fiction is Arlington's plan to become carbon neutral by 2050. This cannot happen until Dominion Power loses its grip on the state legislature. While Dominion has acceded to a mandatory renewable energy portfolio standard, the carve-outs for renewables are anemic by comparison with other states. If Arlington wants to zero out its carbon emissions by 2050, it's going to have to lobby for a far more aggressive renewable energy portfolio standard and stop declaring itself biophilic when it is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is James Hurst, followed by Dean Amell.
Mr. Hurst.
Mr. Hurst, you may have to hit star. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Hurst? Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm asking where the revenue from the plastic bags tax will actually be spent on preserving, protecting, and expanding Arlington's tree canopy, or more likely, will you be spending plastic bag tax revenue on infrastructure environmental upgrades like stormwater, because you're paving this county over county board meeting after county board meeting. Read today's consent agenda, item 26, paving a large grass playing field on the TJ Middle School campus with a synthetic surface. And if you read your own consent agenda, many other consent agenda items you approved today involve construction of more impervious surfaces. How many trees lost? How much impervious surface constructed for soccer, for a boathouse, rowing complex, for trail widening? How much will be lost for pickleball, the latest sports and recreation interest you can't say no to? All necessitated by county government's decades-long addiction to new urbanism, growth for the sake of growth, infill gentrification. So, dedication of hundreds or more millions to stormwater infrastructure upgrades is essential. Speaking of lifeguards, if Arlington's firefighters are going to be rescuing people stuck in flooded vehicles on the Pike, Mr. Carantonis' neighborhood, ACFD firefighters should be receiving lifeguard training. In fact, Arlington County is an environmental disaster area. Everything from loss of the county's tree canopy from clear cutting to thousands of high-performance vehicles operated with aftermarket exhaust systems and catalytic converters removed. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is Dean Amell.
Good morning. Can you hear me over my neighbor's lawn equipment?
Good morning. We can hear you, Mr. Amell.
Great. Thank you, Chair DeFerranti and members of the County Board. My name is Dean Amell, and I'm speaking today on behalf of 3 organizations: Sierra Club, Eco Action Arlington, and Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions. All 3 groups strongly support the ordinance put forward by staff to impose a 5-cent fee on disposable plastic bags. We support staff's request to adopt this fee on an expedited basis so that it can come into effect on January 1st at the same time as equivalent fees in the neighboring jurisdictions of Alexandria and Fairfax County. The list of environmental harms attributable to single-use plastic bags is both long and well-known. They are a common and very unsightly form of litter, conspicuously caught up in trees and other vegetation. Plastic bags are the #1 item picked up in Arlington streams, comprising more than 16% of items removed by Eco Action Arlington volunteers over the last 19 years. These bags are consumed by turtles and other aquatic creatures that confuse the bags for jellyfish, often leading to death by starvation. Bags virtually never break down into their petrochemical constituents. Rather, they crumble into smaller and smaller pieces that are now ubiquitous in seafood and in human diets. Plastic bags that make it to Arlington's trash incinerator produce toxins when they're burned, and not all these poisons are captured by the pollution control equipment used at waste-to-energy incinerator. At least 471 localities in 8 states have banned or taxed single-use plastic bags. If adopted by Arlington, the plastic bag fee would match not only our county's 2 largest neighbors in Virginia, but also jurisdictions across the Potomac. In 2018, the District of Columbia adopted a 5-cent fee on all disposable bags provided by stores that sell food, and Montgomery County, Maryland implemented its 5-cent fee on disposable bags provided by all retailers in 2011. One common objection to the adoption of such bag fees is the equity concern that the fee would impose a regressive tax on low-income households that can ill afford a new fee, no matter how small. This objection ignores 2 counter-arguments. First, many jurisdictions, such as the district, use some of the proceeds from the fee to provide reusable shopping bags to low-income residents. These bags can be distributed at offices where WIC and SNAP benefits are administered and at other convenient locations. We would encourage Arlington to follow this precedent and use some of the proceeds to aid low-income residents. The second counter-argument is that low-income residents are more likely to alter their behavior in response to a 5-cent fee, especially if they are provided with reusable bags that make fee avoidance easy. We urge the county to undertake an education campaign to inform our community of the bag fee, the fee's benefits, and what residents can do to avoid the fee. Results from the adoption of 5-cent bag fees in the district and Montgomery County have been positive. Financial reports from the district's Office of Tax and Revenue estimate that bag use dropped from an average of 22.5 million bags per month prior to the start of the fee to 5 million bags a month after the fee was imposed. District businesses report a 50% decline on average in the number of bags they purchased, and 75% of district residents reported using fewer bags. The fee did not harm business in the district. 58% of businesses reported no effect, 20% reported a positive effect, and 12% reported a negative effect. A majority of both residents and businesses supported the fee. A survey found that a sizable majority of residents supported or were indifferent to the disposable bag fee in all 8 wards of the district. Half of all businesses in the district reported saving money after the fee was imposed. A Sierra Club study found that residents of Montgomery County were 7 times more likely to use reusable bags than residents of Prince George's County, which has not imposed a bag fee. And finally, the Alice Ferguson Foundation reports a 72% decline in the number of plastic bags collected by volunteers during area cleanups. The revenues generated from this fee would help expand county programs for environmental cleanup, pollution mitigation, and environmental education. EcoAction Arlington, the Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions Arlington Hub, and Sierra Club's Potomac River Group look forward to supporting the county as it rolls out the plastic bag fee in January. And in my remaining 30 seconds, I'd like to address one issue that was brought up by previous speakers. There is no evidence that reusable bags are dirtier than single-use plastic bags. This has been looked at. It is not true, as put forward by the plastics industry, that bags coming out of a petrochemical factory are cleaner than the reusable bags you bring from your home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Amell. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our public speakers on this item?
Yes.
Thank you. So the discussion is now with the board. I know that there were a couple of issues raised. I would like to see if we can get a motion on the table first to start. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's quite a good
Sorry,
tune.
colleagues.
No, it's okay.
I don't know what that is, and I can't stop it.
Actually reflects my mood right now to finally, after so many years of working, as Mr. Amell, noted, I can move that. I have the privilege to move that, to enact the ordinance that's attached to the staff report to this item, to amend the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to add a new Chapter 41, establishing a disposable bag tax, plastic bag tax.
Motion has been made and seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. Karantonis?
Sure. I will try to be brief. It's really an emotional moment for me. When I landed in Arlington, one of the first, civic engagement opportunities was actually to go down with what is today called Action Arlington. It was Arlingtonians for a Clean Environment, to actually clean a creek, to clean 4 Mile Run. And, we got what we expected, bags full of plastic, a lot of it. And it's no surprise. I mean, the United States of America, our dear country, we are the #1 country in the world in the use of thin plastic bags. We use 365 bags per person per year, one a day. So Denmark, which is hardly known for disrespecting the safety of their citizens or being not a economically very successful nation, uses 4 thin plastic bags per person per year. So what is the point of what we are trying to enact here? First of all, the point is to change the culture, definitely to change the culture. We are in the 21st century. We see what plastic means. It's a product that has a very problematic life cycle. We see, plastic garbage patches in the Pacific Ocean, in the Indian Ocean, and other places that are colossal, that are 3 or 4 times the size of Texas. The second thing that we want to accomplish here is waste reduction. And the third one is to actually definitely move on to a more sustainable lifestyle. The environmental impact begins in the thin film plastic bags. 60% of the carbon footprint occurs at production. So it's the fossil fuel that you need, the petroleum that you need to produce the plastic bags. Then we have this problematic litter life cycle. And of course, we are here in Arlington actually very interested in protecting our recycling infrastructure and our, solid waste treatment infrastructure. If you go down in Glebe Road and you see what the biggest problem is to fish out of to extract from our machines that try to keep the Potomac River clean, 4 Mile Run and Potomac River clean, it's plastic bags. So I do think that's about time to reduce radically, to move the behavior of people, to move the motivation. I think we are absolutely there. There is a lot of concern about the equity aspect of that, so we have time to adapt, plenty, in my opinion. That's also important for the small businesses that will have to adapt to a different product, to a different type of products. I'm very mindful that paper bags are really not the big solution. They have 3 times. You have to reuse a paper bag 3 times in order to actually have the same carbon footprint. So this is not the reusable bags, the really reusable bags from sustainable materials, cloth bags at best, is the goal. And as we go, I heard Mr. Mukherjee mentioning the issue of styrofoam, which is still a very, very big issue. Styrofoam is not recyclable right now in our system, or it is very, very, limited. The recyclability is very limited. It can be recycled, there's no question about that, but we are not doing that here. So straws, utensils, all types of one-way plastic. This needs to be reviewed. We need to stay the course as a community and as a government that is really invested in sustainability to try to reduce these as well.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I'm going to support this as it reflects the most responsible thing that we can do as a community, given authorities of the state. But I do have a number of questions, Mr. Chair, if I may. So to begin, just a clarification on the guidelines as articulated from the Virginia Department of Taxation. So I guess that would be for Ms. Cowan, if she's still with us. So it's my understanding from reading those guidelines that exempt from this requirement will be, of course, restaurants and any place where I'm not stating it accurately. What I want here is just clarity on who falls under this umbrella. So restaurants are not included. Farmers markets are not included. ABC stores that sell alcohol are not included. A facility like Total Wine and Beverage, which while having some limited foodstuffs seems not to fall under the definition of grocery or convenience. And, you know, given that the bags that we're sort of referring to are colloquially commonly referred as T-shirt bags, any retailer that sells clothing or other durable merchandise, those are all exempt from this. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that line of questioning was a lot of what I think the region and grocers were asking taxation to clarify in their draft guidelines and their final guidelines. But what you just said is correct.
Thank you.
And then I expect that as future questions come up from the, quote, the regulated entities, or if anyone has a question, that taxation will be addressing those on a, immediate, if you will, basis, hopefully.
Thank you. And the next also concerns the construction of the guidelines. One of the things that they do not mention are how actually anyone who is subject to collecting the tax, how they ought to inform the customer that they are subject to a tax. So as one of our speakers noted, there's a perverse incentive if you could just foist plastic bags on people that you're going to be collecting a lot of revenue, which with the 2 cents will be returned to you. But jurisdictions that have done this for a lot longer than we have require that you be advised that you would be subject to a tax, effectively asked, would you like one of our bags or would you like to provide your own? Do you know anything about whether or not those have been discussed with the State Commission?
There have been questions posed regarding what type of communications and outreach activities the State Department of Taxation would do, and there has not been great clarity on that. And so I think that in the conversations that we've had with Fairfax and Alexandria, this idea of the education and outreach campaign that we would hopefully do as much as we can jointly and with some sort of branding would include things like distribution, possibly of window clings to stores, things like that could help make sure that this is, that the consumer, as they're coming in, understand that. But you're correct that the guidelines do not, nor the legislation passed by the General Assembly have any very specific requirement about informing the consumer. It's just not what was included in either document, but it was noted in our comments back and questions.
Okay, terrific. And then one more question, and I'll be happy to yield the floor. So as it pertains to the outreach program that we'll seek to implement over the next 3 months, has there been any consideration to working with our affordable housing partners who operate CAFs and doing a direct distribution to those residents? Back in the envelope calculation, you could easily provide 5 bags to each of our 8,000 CAFs, durable, reusable bags at current market rates. It costs you about $26,000, not a whole lot of money. And it seems like that's a quick way to sort of make sure we're getting them in the hands of people who will need them.
Exactly. Yes. We have the brainstorming that's happened to date is, yes, with all of our safety net nonprofit providers, including going right to affordable housing units in particular, those that are in, the most at-risk communities, but across the board. Also, distribution at farmers markets as well, even though it's not, as you just mentioned, not a requirement that tax isn't imposed there, but then also at our public facilities, at DHS, just everywhere we possibly can, because you're right, this is not a high cost type of thing and it could be big impact. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. Ms. Cowan, thank you so much for representing the whole team that's been working on this so that they can be at Rock and Recycling. I know one toddler who is incredibly excited to be there with some big trucks this morning, and I hope the whole community is enjoying that learning opportunity as we approach our zero waste goal between trying to reduce plastic bags, their new rollout of food scraps recycling, certainly the Rock and Recycling event. I think this has been a big couple of weeks towards that goal, which is really exciting. So a question for you that I hope you can answer, may actually even turn our attorney if she's got any insight. In this ordinance, we are baking in some language that I think is straight out of the state ordinance, which notes that all revenue accruing to the county from the tax shall be appropriated for the purposes of environmental cleanup, providing education programs designed to reduce environmental waste, mitigating pollution litter, or providing reusable bags to recipients of SNAP and WIC. Really appreciate that the plan is to come back ahead of implementation with some specific proposals. But given the interest from our community, we've seen this in writing. We heard it from, I think, 2 different speakers today. One was interested in seeing this revenue offset other revenue sources or tax revenue like the B-poll, for example, which I think is probably pretty outside the scope. Other advocacy for using it for tree canopy programs, which seems a little fuzzier, just to make sure that we are kind of accurately representing expectations ahead of the deep dive. Can you give us any guidance about how your understanding of how prescriptive this language is? Do we read it right now as expansive enough that we could use it for things that are maybe not explicitly enumerated but would be related, like, for example, tree canopy or carbon emissions reduction, or as staff kind of generate some options for these revenues, are we going to feel pretty limited to what the state has enabled in terms of these pretty specific descriptions? Any insight we've got at the time? Does that just need further study, further guidance to be promulgated by the state? Anything that you or even Ms. Kaur, if she's had a chance to look at it, would advise us now at the time of adoption so that we're accurately setting expectations?
I can take that. I mean, the statute is quite clear on how the revenue is to be used, and if the request was to offset other taxes by directly applying this revenue to those other concerns, they are not related to the environmental programs or concerns that are laid out in the statute.
Yeah, that one seems pretty clear to me too. What about things like energy use or tree canopy that aren't necessarily named but are kind of related to? Do you think we have some running room to explore those?
One of the purposes was for environmental cleanup, and it's hard to say without knowing exactly what program we're developing.
Okay. All right. Well, I think then maybe just subject to further analysis, and if it's related to our environmental goals, no need to rule it out at this time, and we'll have some further discussion at the time of implementation then, unless I'm getting that wrong. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal and Ms. Kaur, for giving us that background on what's permissible. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. One of our speakers talked a little bit about enforcement. Ms. Cowan, do you want to talk a little bit about that? What people can expect or not?
Well, the enforcement responsibility belongs solely with the State Department of Taxation. The county, neither the county government nor the, elected treasurer or commissioner of revenue have any role on that. It's all administered at the state level. They will do occasionally audits on the, our experience at least is on the sales tax level, and they will do, as part of their compliance efforts, will do audits of sales taxes to make sure those are collected. I'm not aware that they have ever, though, used such a heavy hand. Certainly the example that Mr. Pedowitz gave, I understand that, but that responsibility really falls solely with the State Department of Taxation. So beyond, how they're going to approach, I really can't comment much more than that.
Yeah, thank you. That's, one of the unknowns. I don't think it's going to be too heavy a hand. So thank you for that. I'm pleased to support this. I mean, we have, as Mr. Carantonis was talking about, we've been working on this for a long, long time on the board. I hear a lot of the concerns. I think if the District of Columbia, Montgomery County, and a lot of other places weren't already doing something like this, I'd probably be a lot more sort of concerned about that. But it feels like we're sort of catching up, actually, rather than braving new territory. So I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I'll go ahead and just let others conclude. I'll just make a couple of concluding remarks. This has been long sought after by our community, and it is sought after because I believe because of the environmental benefits that can come from changing the way people approach things. So I appreciate Mr. D'Alessio's and the C2E2, as well as the combined Mr. Amel's point to some of the research. I do think that that research is sound. I appreciate that Ms. Clement ended and mentioned rivers, and the Potomac River in particular, because I know that is a significant impact where you see impacts of plastic bags. I do like the suggestion that Mr. Amel had regarding seeking to use some of the proceeds for reusable bags on an ongoing basis. I very much appreciate, in this case, Ms. Cowan as well as the whole team for expediting so we could work as a region and implement this at the same time as Alexandria and Fairfax. With respect to the evidence and the COVID question, a year and 4 or 5 months ago, I might have had a different thought, but I think that the evidence is sound, that you're not passing through plastic bags, and that's what I believe the scientists say. So I'm pleased to support it and open to any other closing comments. I appreciate the questions. We'll go Mr. Dorsey and then Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I said before, I'm pleased to support this because it really is about the best that we can do given current enabling authority, but I don't want to lose sight on what more the Commonwealth could do. And it's not just including the entities that are exempt from this current go-round, but it's really thinking about this a little bit more broadly. Communities that I think have more successfully changed behavior, which is ultimately what this is getting at. It's not about revenue. It's about changing behavior. It's not about causing harm. It's about changing behavior. And ones that have been most effective at that have not just looked at plastics. They've looked at all bags at the point of sale. And so whether it is through a ban on plastics and a tax on paper, or a tax on all of them at a sufficient level enough to drive a change in behavior, the ones that have been most successful have done a lot more than 5 cents on just one. Because certainly a retailer can shift to paper. We've already seen that with other retailers. They still provide tons of bags. They double bag them and give you more than you need. It's just paper instead of plastic. And as Mr. Carantonis noted, that's not really great when we think about not only our carbon footprint, but just the practical considerations of those bags not really being recycled enough to really make it a green initiative. So I think that there's definitely work to be done with future legislative action, and hopefully it will remain a part of our priority list to see policy really provide the benefit that it needs to. But even with this particular one, while I'm happy to vote to approve this today, I would love to put a marker that we work with our partners in the region, Alexandria and Fairfax, and hopefully soon the city of Falls Church, to beseech that the state create or establish guidelines for the duties of retailers that require absolutely that they inform every customer before they are imposed a tax that they have the option to decline by using their own bag or to just carry the things on their own. I don't want a situation where it is allowed that a customer can be charged a tax unwittingly and not to have any redress if they dispute what happened. And then secondly, I also think it's important for there to be a duty not to discriminate against people who may be unable to fill their own grocery bags. Sometimes, particularly during this COVID year, stores have taken what is certainly a responsible approach that says they cannot handle a customer's bag and fill it. That means something very different if you don't have the dexterity or the strength to actually fill your own bags and you rely on the groceries grocers doing that for you. And I would love to see some sort of a non-discrimination element to the state guidelines, which says if you're going to fill groceries for the bags that you provide, you also need to fill groceries for the bag that a customer provides. I think that's important to have a level of equity among people who are differently abled. So those are two things that I'm hoping to work on in the intervening 3 months, but happy to support this effort today.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. As others have said, this is something Arlington and other Northern Virginia localities have been interested in for a long time. The one benefit of it being a dream deferred is that we've been able to collect a fair bit of data in the meantime, not just from national studies or international studies about how effective taxation on plastic bags can be at reducing their use, but really from our next door neighbors. We've been able to see impacts on DC, for example, by Ward indicating that this is not a tax that disproportionately falls on low income residents or that they are in any way less likely to be able to adapt or change their behavior. We have been able to see analysis from Montgomery County, right? The sort of natural experiment of Montgomery County moving forward while next door PG didn't, and see that this is actually a tax that's been very effective in changing behavior. And so it gives me a lot of confidence. Sometimes we make policy decisions on the best information we have, but we lack, really conclusive evidence. This is not one of those cases. I think we have some very good evidence from communities that are quite a bit like our own. It also means we have an opportunity to move forward now with other jurisdictions, and I think that's really important. Mr. Dorsey's example of consumer education is such a good one. We know, of course, that there are many Arlingtonians who do their shopping in Fairfax, Alexandrians who come across the border to do their shopping here, vice versa. And so to be able to move forward at one time in one voice so that there's not a patchwork of rules among Northern Virginia jurisdictions is really a positive thing, and I think to me speaks to why there is some urgency to move forward with this now, today, and prepare for implementation on the same timeline. And just put a finer point on something that Mr. DeFranti talked about too with regard to COVID risk. There has actually been a lot of research on this, right? The quantitative microbial risk assessment studies show that there's really like less than a 1 in 10,000 chance of contracting COVID from fomites, which is to say surfaces. So I don't begrudge anyone who was worried in those early days of the pandemic, grocers who put into effect those policies like the ones that Mr. Dorsey described in an attempt to protect their staff and customers. I really respect that. But we have learned about COVID as this pandemic has worn on. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of opportunities to study and learn about COVID as this pandemic has worn on, and I think that really is an area we can rest assured that handling of plastic or of reusable bags is certainly not going to be a super spreader event. And I think it's important that we update our understanding of COVID as the science updates our understanding of COVID, so that the outdated and incorrect information does not stand in the way of adopting good policies that do foster the public health and public good vis-a-vis environmental cleanup like the one today. So I'm really glad for the opportunity to support this. I really want to thank our staff, which I have found to be incredibly thoughtful in terms of who would be impacted, potentially could be impacted negatively, whether that is our independent grocers to whom I know they have done outreach, economic development has done outreach, the EDC has been interested in doing outreach, or our most vulnerable or low income residents. And the opportunity to get these branded bags out. We know how to do that because we got masks out, right? We got grocery distribution out during the pandemic. We know how to work with our safety net partners who have been gracious and coming to the table with us. And so because of all of that hard work, particularly by our staff, our volunteer commissioners and others, I feel confident that we can maximize the good and mitigate any unintended consequences or disparate impacts of this policy. And I'm delighted to vote for it today.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. The question is on Mr. Karantonis' motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, colleagues. We will move on to I believe the next item. Madam Clerk, would you call the next item, please?
Yes, item number 45 is consideration of a new county logo. Recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will turn it over, I guess, sort of almost directly to the manager for comments, and then I believe Ms. Helfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to take a minute before we got into the details of the presentation to thank the group of people that have worked really hard on putting together the choices that you're going to see today for the logo. They've been toiling over the last, I think, at least 5 or 6 months. And they embraced the task, and not only the art about it, but the background and the history. And also wanted to thank the thousands of Arlingtonians and people who claimed they were from Arlington who voted in the online Logo Palooza. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bryna, and I think we have a presentation coming.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Helfer.
Yeah, I'm really pleased today to be here, and I'm joined by Minna Kane and Kelly Roomfines, who are our co-chairs of the Logo Committee. They are online, and they're going to do the presentation, and I'll join them along the way. So thanks, Kendra.
So is it Ms. Kane or Ms. Reinfuss?
They're going to tag team.
Oh, tag team. Okay. Either one of you, whoever's first. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair DeFerrante and the rest of the county board. Today, my colleague in crime with the logo review panel, Minna Kane, will present the process, the timeline, and the options moving forward for this. So if you recall, the end of 2020, the county board approved the process to replace the existing county logo, the Arlington County government logo, as well as the Arlington County Board seal, both which depicted the Arlington House of Robert E. Lee Memorial. So with that, later I'll ask you to go to the first slide, please, Ms. Jacobs. With that, the county manager, Mark Schwartz, had formed a request to people for wanting to be on the logo review panel, whose charge was to review the logos that were submitted by the community and work with the design firm to refine and narrow down the logos, and then make a recommendation to the county board for consideration to adopt it. This entire process had a lot of community engagement and outreach to many, many Arlingtons. In fact, had the largest turnout of input for any survey or call for action that the county has done to date. So we're really proud about that. If you can go to the next slide, please. As I mentioned, Minna Kane and I are the co-chairs of the panel. I just do want to thank each and everyone that was on the panel. It was really a great group of people, very diverse, not only in ethnic background, but also in professions and age. And I say profession, it was a mix of some people that do marketing and design, some people that just have an interest in their community. There were high school students on the board and some people that are actually going through formal training for graphic design. So it was a great group of people, a lot of good discussions, and also thanking the county staff, Ms. Helfer and her staff in the community engagement team who helped facilitate all the meetings. So I'll walk you through the timeline at the next slide, please. And just to review a little bit, again, this process was done in 2 phases. We had first done our submissions, or our call for submissions, excuse me, in early February, and the county received 250 submissions for consideration for the design. The logo review panel worked through several months to cull down and finalize those logos. There was a lot of discussion in the community about the choices of the logos that were submitted at that time, and the board felt that it could maybe broaden the reach and ask for more submissions so that we could have a good representation of different concepts and ideas. So that went out again later in the summer. And from there, we received, the first round, we received 13,000 plus some people responding to the artwork that has been put out. And the second go around, over 16,000, resulting in almost 30,000 participation responses to the county logo. And again, I repeat, that's the most that the community has given input to for any other survey. And so we felt we got a very large discussion, or very large scope of the community people in Arlington. In the next slide, please. And once we had all the input from the community, we again worked with the design firm, Eastern Research Group, who helped us refine and cull down to a manageable amount that we could put out for submission. The design firm helped us develop criteria for the logo and how we would evaluate them. We talked about the logo being meaningful, inclusive, timeless, visually appealing, readable, scalable, adaptable, versatile, and most of all, distinctive. We wanted something that really represented Arlington. after we narrowed it down to 10 choices at this time for the next round of consideration, we'll put forward a recommendation. But I just want to also mention that the role of the design firm is not just helping us just define and refine the logo, but also once one is selected by the county board, we will have the design firm refine the logo's parameters in terms of fonts that are used and usage when it's used correctly and when it's not, and give guidance for all of the staff in the community to use the county logo. Next slide. So the panel discussion, as I mentioned, met several times throughout the course of the past 6-7 months. And a lot of discussions focus on what the different entries were. They were in all different categories. Some were in nature with our state dogwood, some were with the state cardinal, and there's a lot of discussion around memorials and monuments. We recognize the importance of the military and the federal presence in Arlington, and it's very much a part of our community. However, we felt that it wasn't just to only select one of them to use as representation of the logo. We couldn't decide one over the other in terms of what was more important. They all have their importance in place. And then there are a couple logo designs that actually included all of the military branches, memorials, and which really wasn't practical to use in a logo. Again, we wanted it to be something distinct and simple and easily recognizable, and having multiple memorials was not feasible. So we ruled that out in terms of using that in any type of our logo design. We also talked a lot about the importance of color in terms of diversity and racial equity, and also being very dynamic and vibrant as a community that we are. And further discussion, the main topic was the use of bridges in the design. So the bridge, while physically we have several bridges in Arlington to the district, it's more than just a architectural structure. It was really a metaphor for connectivity, for passing things back and forth, ideas, thoughts, leading to the future in a roadway. So that was you'll see that on a lot of the different designs that were in the first round as well as the second round. And next slide, please. And then I just want to re-emphasize the importance and the magnitude of the outreach for our community, both for the call for the artwork, again, over 250 submissions for artwork, and then the reach, which was close to 30,000 in terms of people submitting, ranking their preferences, giving public comment, or adding in comments with their surveys. We put that out in multiple languages, reached out through our libraries, through our newsletters, not only all of the county vehicles, but also our partners, our bids, our partnerships, our civic associations, and even did got in-person input at the county fair, which was another 1,600 people responded and gave their opinions on which county logo they preferred. And next slide. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Minay to walk you through the submissions that were chosen for public input and make a recommendation to the county board. Minay?
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. And thank you for allowing us to speak to you, Chair DeFerranti and the rest of the board. So I will take you through the final submissions that we received, and I will take you through a little bit the process that we used to then recommend that we're going to recommend today to you. So in the first round of voting, as Kelly said, we had 2 rounds. These were the ones that you see on the screen now were the 5 that got the most votes. We had 13,300 respondents, as Kelly said. And you can see that there's a lot of color in these first 5. I think that a lot of people felt that the color represents the diversity of Arlington. And I won't go through each and every one of them since we're going to drop some of these for the reasons that I explain later. So if we go to the next slide, you will see that from those top 5, these are the top 2 that came from round 1, and these 2 are going to feature as part of the ones that we're going to talk to you about. The first one is it represents the it could be a rainbow, it could be a bridge. The colors, it's a typographical text-based logo. It says Arlington. And we felt that the line across the middle represents a horizon, represents hope. The second one is represents an A for Arlington with the swoosh, the orange swoosh going through, and through the letters Arlington represents forward motion, progress in a way. The bottom part of it is a little bit like a bridge, and the colors, the warm colors at the bottom represent diversity and the earth. And the blue color at the top represents the sky, represents nature, but also represents progress. So if we go on to the next slide. So as you all remember, after that first round, you asked us to go back and see whether we can get some more options from the general public. So we went back and we got several more submissions. Out of all the submissions that we got, we chose the top 10 that we considered that the panel voted as being the top 10 to send back out to the public for submissions. And these are the top 10 that you can see here. And we asked each member of the public to choose their 3 favorite ones. We got 16,000 respondents. Again, this was very high. The figures, the numbers of respondents that we're getting for this is, we understand, higher than any other project that Arlington has done in its history in terms of getting public response. 1,400 of these were actually at the county fair, so people actually came and gave their input personally, which was pretty cool. Again, you will see from these that some of them are from the first round. If you count 1, 2, the 2 on the second row you recognize from the first round that we just showed you. So if we go to the next slide, you can then see the votes that each of them got. And you can see that there's quite a big drop off. The first 1, 2, 3, 4 got about 4,000 votes and more. The fifth one got 3,000 votes. And then after that, they get fewer votes. We also received a lot of comments in this second round, and we have tried to look at the comments, consider the comments that we received in order to decide which of these we were going to present to you. One substantial comment that we received that did impact our decision was on the third one, the one that got 5,399 votes, which was a representation of Key Bridge. And members of the public validly pointed out that given Francis Scott Key's history as a slave owner, it may not be appropriate to put that one forward. So we took that one out. Having taken that one out, we're left with the 4 that are now on the top row. The one that got 4,288 votes and the one that got 3,102 votes, you remember, are from the first round. And then the 2 that got the most votes are from the second round. So if we go to the next slide. Well, I want to run you through each of these 4. This slide sort of shows you what this particular one would look like, especially what it looks like in different contexts, just for you to get a sense of it. It is a representation of a bridge, and the bridge, but it's a metaphorical representation of a bridge. It could be any bridge, and the bridge signifies connection. The open arc welcomes the future, encourages diversity and opportunity. It captures Arlington's aspiring and energetic people and growth. This is the description of the person who sent us the logo, and we agreed. So this is a logo. We're calling it logo G, just in order to be able to describe them accurately to you. And this is the one choice. And we go to the next one. The second one it represents Arlington's close relationship with Washington, D.C. and Alexandria. It is in the shape of a diamond, and the top half of the diamond, it harks back to the fact that originally Arlington was part of Washington, D.C., was part of the diamond that formed Washington, D.C. before the part on this side of the river became Arlington and the top stayed DC. And then the very bottom part, the southeast part, as you all know, is Alexandria. So this logo to us represents our history, situates us next to the nation's capital, next to our neighbor, and then, of course, the Potomac River in the middle. And we're showing you how it would look in different, whether it's on a mug, whether it's on a car. It's a simple logo. It's an easy logo to make it bigger, to make it smaller. You can still see it quite easily. So let's move on to the next one. The next logo is one I've discussed before, was from round one, and one that received one of the most votes from round one. As I said, I just say it again, the white line bisecting the word represents a bridge. It could also symbolize a horizon. It represents connectedness, transition, hope, and optimism. The multiple colors on the top of the line represent the diversity and vibrancy of Arlington. So this was, when we got the comments from the public, we had about as many people who wanted us to have a logo that had many colors to represent diversity and to state that it was worth it to actually spend the money on more colors to represent the diversity of Arlington. We also had people who felt very strongly that, no, too many colors makes it look like something that belongs in a preschool, or so we had. There are many views on this, but this is this received quite a few votes. And if we move on to the next one, this one also came from round one and came back again, received very many votes in both rounds. The top triangle represents a sky or water, as I said before. The gold crossbar, the swoosh that goes into the word Arlington, it shows forward movement. It also represents inclusivity and connectedness. The blue represents energy and positivity, and the terracotta at the beginning, at the bottom, which is also a bridge, signifies stability and nature. So again, this received quite a few votes, and we think that it's very workable, whether it's on the small scale of a mug or the big scale of a flag. It's distinctive, and it looks. We thought it looked quite good. So on to the next slide. So this slide just shows you these the four top votes, which are the ones that we're going to show you today. And just for transparency, we are showing you these in the order. At one point, when we received all the submissions and we read all the comments from the public, we as a panel also voted to see what the direction of the panel was in terms of which logos they liked. And when you see the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, that represents how the panel voted on each one. So if it was up to the panel, we would say logo A is our first choice, logo G is our second choice, followed by logo I, and then logo J. But we are giving you that information just for transparency, for you to know, since you asked us to make a recommendation, we're making a recommendation. And it is, of course, up to you to consider our recommendation, also to consider what the public had to say about all of this as you make your choice. So I think that is, that for us, that reaches the end of our charge. Your charge to us was to bring you 3 or 4 recommendations. We've brought you 4 so that you can now make a final choice.
And I just have a couple of things to add before you all have a conversation. Thank you, Minna and Kelly, for your leadership on all of this and for your presentation. Next slide. We did consult with the county attorney's office, who did a trademark search for the first top 5, and they identified that all the logos can be used by Arlington County. There was nothing that was a flag for them in the trademark search. So we, pending registration, of course, but at this point in their preliminary search, they didn't see any conflict. Next slide. So Kelly mentioned this, but our rollout will be phased. The new county logo will be introduced on all electronic, oh, we lost the slide. on all electronic media as quickly as time permits, so the soft things. But replacement on vehicles, signs, and other materials will take place as materials are replaced over the coming years. We will incur some costs, limited costs on a number of county flags. We feel like that's an important short-term item. And that replacement on freestanding signs and entrances to buildings will align with maintenance budgets over time. So that's kind of the phased-in approach. So you won't see a light switch, everything comes off at once and on at once, but over time. Next slide. So today, we hope you'll make a final decision from the 4 options presented by the panel. We will be working with the design consultant to develop a style guide for internal and external use, and we'll begin that rollout starting probably late October. It'll take us about a month and a half to do that guide. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helfer, and both of our leads for our committee that we asked to do, and you were so diligent as a group. Really appreciate that. We will go, if you can stay with us, we may have questions for you. I expect we will. But if we now will turn to our clerk to see if there are public speakers on this item.
We do have public speakers. Our first speaker is Daniel Sweeney, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Mr. Sweeney, are you there virtually? Mr. Sweeney? We'll go on to Mr. Byrne and then come back if we can. Mr. Byrne?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Byrne.
Yes, I first would say that, as I've written to you and told you many times, retaining Arlington House is the best solution. The bad thing about this is this was brought up in the afternoon of the question of whether to change the logo was brought up in the afternoon of a Tuesday meeting. There was no public comment on it. The county board member, it was supposed to be an information item. Instead, you voted on it. This whole thing had been brought up by the NAACP, whose program is to basically remove all the statues of maybe slavery, Confederacy, change all the logos. This is racist, as is the NAACP. Mr. Spain can address that later on when he speaks. He, of course, was chosen to be on the committee. I was not. And therefore, this was basically a biased committee all around. And your procedure was all wrong. Arlington House itself does not represent slavery. It's the Custis family. The Custises were George Washington Custis was a very liberal man. He favored the Irish immigration. He was a big speaker on this. He was anti-slavery. He only had slaves because they were passed on. He couldn't release them because of the terms of this thing, and he released them at his will. In addition, the Lee family entrusted, when they left, the Lee family left Arlington, they entrusted the care of it to the slaves. And the slaves protected all the artifacts and the Lee's property from theft by Union soldiers. They wouldn't have done this if the Lee family had been bad to them. So this is all wrong, plain and simple, and it's based on racism and you had a big campaign by the NAACP, and this is what has happened. This is where you are now. The ones you've picked, which, as I say, I'm sure none of them are very good. The one that had the highest vote, they removed one Key Bridge because they said it was such as Professor Scott Key because he was a slave owner. Yes, he was. He also was very anti-slavery. He represented people who were seeking slavery without charge. They weren't getting, they were wanting their freedom. He was definitely not anything wrong with this. The choices you have, number one, is a bridge. Received the most votes. It's Key Bridge, obviously. Well, they may think so. That's what people see when they say it. This received the most votes. It's the one you should pick. However, as you may also know, Key Bridge is not in Arlington. It's in D.C. But put that on your logo. Yeah, that's wonderful. That's what the people wanted. But I say don't do this at all. You're making a very large mistake. You're increasing racism in the county, and and like I said, there's going to be backlash to all this. This is political correctness at its worst. I said this before. it will cause divisiveness. The whole thing really stinks, plain and simple. But that first logo got the most popular votes. It doesn't matter what the committee said; they have their own biases too, particularly Mrs. Spain. So that's it.
Mr. Byrne, thank you for making comment. We will proceed to our next public speaker.
Our next speaker is Julius Spain.
Mr. Spain.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. Excuse me, not good morning. Good afternoon, Chair DeFerranti and members of the board. And let me also say happy birthday to you, Mr. Chair. So as we stated last year, symbols and language matter. And Arlington's most projecting symbol is that of a slave labor camp. Make no mistake about it, the Arlington House Robert E. Lee Memorial. First, let me say that the Arlington Branch NAACP supports the county manager's recommendation and staff report to adopt one of the 4 recommendations to the new county logo. As a civil rights leader, my job is to ensure social and economic equality of rights of all persons and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. I also want to address real briefly, even though we didn't discuss it much, some misunderstandings as a recently retired 26-year veteran of the Marine Corps and one who taught military history, customs, and courtesies. There's been some contention about military memorials, military monuments like the U.S. Marine Corps War Memorial, also known as the Iwo Jima, and also the Air Force Memorial. These memorials are not funded by Arlington County. They're not maintained by the county. They belong to our nation. So, you know, one of the charges, and I sat on this work group with many folks, many citizens, Mr. Bernie Byrne, not just J.D. Spain. These are symbols for our nation, and we were looking for something for our Arlingtonians and to be inclusive, and I think we did just that. I also want to take a moment and publicly thank not just the members of the Arlington Branch NAACP, our executive committee, and our allies and the citizens of this community for their unwavering engagement on this issue. Also, a special thanks to Dr. Emma Viola Sanchez, Ms. Carolyn Kane, Esquire, Mr. Steve Hammond, and Professor Cassandra Good, to who you, Chair DeFerranti, and many members of the board, Board Member Karen Tonis, Board Member Dorsey, know were instrumental in articulating why symbols matter. Also, a special thanks to Professor Dr. Lyra Montanero of Rutgers University for her research and perspectives on power structures, white columns, white marble, white supremacy. You're making history today. You're making good history. This process that you embarked upon over a year ago was equitable, it was open, it was transparent, it was fair, and it was very impartial. Let me close by saying that hats off to you, the county board, the county manager, the staff, for a job well done. I know this was not easy. There was a lot of contention, but as a community, we're doing the right thing. And a lot of people participated in this endeavor. So I wish everyone a happy Hispanic Heritage Month, and I encourage everyone to get out over the next month or so and support our Hispanic-owned businesses here in the community. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I believe that is our last speaker, unless Mr. Sweeney is here. Are you here, Mr. Sweeney, remotely? Are there any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, there is not.
Okay. The conversation is now with the board. I know we'll have a couple of questions, and I think in this case, maybe questions first to start before we move towards a motion. I don't know as far as categories of questions. I think there may be some questions of our commission. We very much appreciate you doing additional work, all of the members of the commission. So the topics might be sort of process on coming to the recommendations or any additional thoughts on the recommendations. I think that there will be perhaps some questions about design and how we would implement design. Those are kind of two categories. I'll just start with a question for Ms. Kane and Ms. Reinfuzz. I'll start with a thank you to both of you for leading the work. And I don't know if there's any additional detail that you want to provide, or Ms. Helfer, regarding the coming to the 4 recommendations and the process for that you described. You voted as a commission, and I think that is there anything you can describe about how you came to those 4 and over the past week? And then I also know that you had a process before that. Just you decided on the top 4 or 5, or did you vote on all of the 10? How did you kind of work that through, I believe, on September 13th, which may have been a week back? I don't know if that's for Ms. Kane or Ms. Reinfuzz, and I also could respect if you really want to just stick out of sort of to align with your commission to not provide too many details, but I did want to give you this chance, probably starting with Ms. Kane, but certainly also you, Ms. Reinfuzz, on sort of the discussion and how you came to these 4 recommendations.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. What we did, and Kelly, just jump in if I'm leaving out anything. We spent a lot of time discussing all of the logos, and discussed the pros and cons. And as you know, with something like this, a lot of it is a judgment call. A lot of it does boil down to taste. We had on the panel people who do design in their, who are experts in design. That's part of what they do. I see JD is also here. JD was also on the panel, so he can also add to this. Having done all the talking and discussing, and everybody talking about what logo they liked and which ones they did not like, we then decided to do a vote just in order to see where people were in terms of the different ones. And I think that we voted once, and these were the 4 that came up that had quite a few more votes than the others. So I don't know whether, and I'll let Kelly speak before we get back to you, Mr. DeFranti, whether you're looking for the elements that made us like one more than the other, which sometimes are difficult to actually articulate other than saying, we see, the first logo, they're very different. The first logo is very simple. It's got the 2 colors. It's the blue and the dark blue, the blue and the white. And then there's the logo that was called Logo I, the one with the swoosh that had many colors. So we talked about the pros and cons of logos, with the color. And as I said, within the community, we had mixed views about that as well. I think we eventually decided that the first 2, both the Logo A and Logo G, had the advantage of being very simple. There were 2 colors, they're simple, they're easy to depict, they're recognizable, and they have a message that we thought was clean and clear and straightforward. The second 2 were also, we thought, were beautiful. It was the option of having very many colors, and on balance, I think that many people on the panel felt that on balance, the first 2 with the fewer colors, with the simpler, cleaner design, was slightly preferable. I don't know. Do you want to add to that, Kelly?
I think you covered it quite well. The only thing I will add is that we were mindful of trying to get different concepts together. While a bridge theme may be subtle in some more than others, that was a consideration. And actually, with the 2 bridges, the first and the third, I was very glad the public and individuals had pointed out the Francis Scott Key reference. So that made that a natural choice to eliminate, and then we weren't showing 2 similar bridges because we were mindful when the county board asked us to go back out is show us some different concepts. So that's another reason we were trying to represent as many concepts. Also, I think it's very telling that the 2 logos from the first round made it into the second round again. So I'm glad that they were out there for people to reconsider and look at, and then our rankings from the public versus the panel really is because we felt we knew these symbols very well. We had done a lot of deliberation over them. So they did fall out a little bit different than the public. It wasn't meant to be a public vote. It was a public comment. your preference. That's why you had 3 choices versus 1, and people wrote in comments. So I think reading the comments from this last go around, once we saw the rankings, also swayed us to do a little bit of the reevaluation of the priorities or the first recommendation.
Thank you both. Very helpful. I appreciate that understanding. I'll go to Ms. Garvey. I see your light on.
Thank you. If we could put up, thank you so much. I mean, the work you all have done is just incredible, which I realized as I started to really focus on this and realized, oh my gosh, I've got to make a decision here. And you all made it really pretty helpful. I think, why don't we put up slide 16 so anybody who's kind of watching this can see what we're talking about? I think that's helpful, if that's okay. And that's just got the 4 top choices there, including the 2, the one that was chosen by most in the community, and the one that the review panel that you all picked. There we go. And I don't know, I think you've probably spoken to this one. I don't know if you want to, because as my understanding, it was 1 and 3 were the top. Is that right? When it came to the choice, have I got that correct? Or was it 1 and 2?
This is in order of our preference. The number 1 is the first recommendation from the panel, and number 2 below it is the second.
Thank you. That's helpful. It's hard. I keep reading from left to right. And do you want to? I think you actually already did talk about it. Fine. Why one was your first choice over number 2? The one thing that concerns me about logo on number 1 is that when you look at it in the black and white, the part that's Arlington doesn't look any different from the other black pieces there. And I'm assuming that can be done with some grayscale or something like that. Do you want to speak to that a little bit? I think that would probably be good. And I know, I understand we're going to be doing a few sort of refinements before we totally finalize it, but I would assume that would be something that we could do.
Yeah,
I'd
be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think that's a very good point. And in the black one there, you're right, it looks like the same color. I think that if we did, what we really should have done is do the Arlington be black and the rest of it be slightly more grayed out, just as the Arlington was dark blue and the rest was a lighter blue. So yes, we would definitely do that. To your wider point about why why that flipped, I don't think it was a deliberate decision to say that we want you to look at logo A. It was really just in terms of our own transparency, our own process. We asked, having talked about them, having liked both of them and thinking that both of them are pretty good logos, we then tried to get a sense of, what do we as a group feel, and that's where we came out. But I don't think that there was any this is better than that one because of this. With the logo, a lot of it really just does boil down to, I think one of the experts said, when you look at a logo in the first 2 seconds, what does it do to you? What is the logo that is speaking to you? And it's a difficult thing to describe. And I don't think that we're by any means here to tell you that we think that you should choose one logo over the other. We're just being transparent with you as to how when we expressed our preferences. And I misspoke when I kept saying voting, because it really is preferences. We're just talking about what our preferences are.
Yeah.
Let me just outline the process they did go through. Each panel member assigned a numerical order when they got to these top four. They eliminated the Francis Scott Key Bridge, assigned a numerical value to each of these top 4. And then that is how the total numbers is how these ordering came to be. So it wasn't just a discussion. Each panel member actually based their preference with a numerical value against the 4. So,
thank you.
That's very helpful. Well, and I'm happy to yield the floor. When I first looked at this, it's really listening to sort of reading through the report and thinking about it. I've come down with actually liking number 1 the best, and maybe in a little while I'll make a motion, see where my colleagues are. In part, I think, because I've just been thinking about it. Yes, it's simple, which is great. That's the one that really is only Arlington as far as a symbol. No place else is like located on a river next to the Capitol that way, and that just makes it feel fairly unique, and also clearly some important parts of our history and even who we are today is affected by where we are located in the world, really. So anyway, I like that one, and I'm happy to hear what other colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I'll share my thought that I actually also do like the first choice. I agree with the Commission's decision with respect to the full rendition of Key Bridge not being appropriate. I think that the other options are also solid. Want to be both true to the Commission, spent a lot of time working on this, and also mindful of the community votes. Even though I voted once at the county fair, I know that it's possible that people voted more than once. But want to be true to the Commission's thoughts. And this may just be me, it may not be others, but the second choice currently reminds me a little bit of a portion of the Key Bridge, which is part of why I'm a little hesitant there. So want us to open the floor. We can go ahead and move forward. I see Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Karantonis. I don't know who was first. I don't see the red lights.
Dorsey was first.
Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief and make these concluding comments as well. Let me thank everybody involved in the process. It's really been, I think, ultimately quite successful. While you're never going to get to the point where everyone agrees with the decision to change the logo or with the choices that seem to prevail among the majority, I'm reminded of Mr. Karantonis' reminder from last meeting, matters of taste. There can be no debate. And, this is one of those cases where through a process to determine matters of taste, we pretty much have two clear front runners, at least in the broader community and among the committee. So that's a success in my book. That's terrific that you've basically got the same two, just in different orders. And so I see no reason to, haggle over which one to weight most. The people who sat and deliberated about this in a deliberative process, for me, they get the prevailing vote. So I'm happy to go with logo A on that basis. I think, Ms. Garvey, you were right to introduce the way that logo A could be improved. Really, in the black and white version, you just have to grayscale out the district, and you've got a logo that matches what we see in color. There's really nothing else to do. And I would also offer that, not that I'm in any way a designer, but if you look at logo A, the district diamond, which is a familiar icon, but represented here a little bit differently with softer rounded edges, a little bit more of a waviness to the Potomac River, and the boundary with Alexandria probably should have that same element carried through with the actual text. And whether you pick a different font or a different case or whatever, but something that rounds the edges of the font to better reflect the logo, to me, would make that consistent. And so I encourage staff to just make that happen once we go forward from today in perfecting the design. But again, just thanks to the community for having a great process. Product, I think, will look good wherever it appears, and is a great way to move Arlington forward. A couple of other comments. I have no real interest in the bridge symbolism. I think as someone who in his 20s was just felt bludgeoned by the bridge to the 21st century metaphor. I'm so over bridges, so I don't necessarily need to see that reflected here. And I very much want to echo the reconsideration of color. I think that's the right call. I think the multiple colors just really will look good in limited circumstances, and in others not be worth the expense of reproducing, or in some cases will probably look a little bit less professional or sophisticated, maybe is the right word, than we intend. So thanks everybody, and happy to support what I expect will be a motion at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I know Mr. Karantonis was going to speak. We certainly could go to you or to Ms. Garvey to get a motion on the floor.
Let's have the motion first.
All right, thank you. And I think Ms. Jacobs is ready. I appreciate all the help from my colleagues on sort of putting this together. I think I've got it to a point that we're pretty comfortable. I think we are all settling on that first one. And it's interesting. 2 days ago when I first looked at it, I kind of saying, oh my gosh, I've got it, and as I say, reading the report and thinking about it, I'm now really happy with this one. So if Ms. Jacobs can put that up. and we can go ahead and discuss it. And I think I agree with Mr. Dorsey's comments on the logo, the letter type. I noticed particularly the one that was on, this is for Ms. Helfer, I think, as you kind of take it away, so I have put it as part of the motion here. I did take that out, but I like the one, I think it's on G, where the Arlington just stands out more, even in the writing on the logo. I kind of like that. So this is what I'd like to move: that the board approve logo number 1, the logo preferred by our logo review panel, and the second choice of our residents who voted. We further ask that the black and white version of the logo during finalization be revised to make Arlington more prominent relative to the District of Columbia in the black and white version.
Second.
Okay, and I'm happy for any, discussion or whatever if people want to refine the motion, or maybe we should hear from Mr. Karantonis first.
Sure, we'll go ahead and do it that way. That's very kind of you. Then we'll come back to you for comments on your motion. But the motion has been moved and seconded. We'll have discussion on the motion. We'll start with Mr. Karantonis in this instance.
Mr. Chair, before we get to that, can I just ask a clarification?
Yeah.
So by more prominent, that can be achieved in many different ways. Are you looking for alternative designs?
I wasn't. I think originally, I'm happy to put in grayscale if you'd like. What do you think we should?
Well,
and maybe I'll see if Ms. Helfer would like better direction.
However we articulate it, I think if we're all in agreement, we want to make clear that we're not necessarily looking for someone to build the Arlington piece in 3 dimensions or to make it a better size relative. You can just fix it by grayscaling it.
Yeah.
So,
or just to make it stand out.
This was my
Go ahead, Ms. Crystal.
proposed edit, which I really appreciate Ms. Garvey taking. My point is this: I think we need to be really cautious about designing from the dais.
Yes.
None of us are professionals. I think we should say what the goal is, which is that we think right now Arlington blends in too much to the District of Alexandria. We'd like professionals to do that. I think grayscale seems like a good approach. If they've got a different one, I support a different one. I'm just allergic to the idea of us sort of saying, tweak the design in the following way.
But I appreciate that. But that allergy notwithstanding, you can effectuate more prominent in a way that produces a different design.
And if the professional designers and the logo committee think that's better than grayscaling, I defer entirely to them.
Should we say stand out? Would that help better, or distinctive? Do we want to do that? Does it matter? Ms. Helfer, I think, actually knows what we want to do, I'm guessing.
No, I hear you. I know Ms. Crystal would not want to have this change dramatically, right?
I mean, it's limited to the black and white, first and foremost, so the consistency and aesthetic.
I don't need to argue it. You heard the point, but prominent can be achieved in many ways, including change.
And however the professionals thinks works best and most follows the spirit of what the committee has recommended is more than acceptable.
I believe that the intention is conveyed here. I mean, the intention of what, of the scale or the depth of the change is conveyed.
So the motion at the moment reads prominent, and I think there's sort of discussion as to what prominent means, whether it means grayscaling or larger. Before we go to Mr. Karantonis, I see our attorney, and I like to listen to our attorney when she has her hand. Ms. Kaur, and then we'll come to you.
Just for Ms. Kaur, we could also say to replicate the prominence that is in the colored version, right? The blue version has a prominence. The designer made a choice, so to replicate, or
sure.
To replicate or transfer the prominence, so that would cover, how the degrees of freedom that the designer can.
Sure. So let's hear Ms. Kaur may have had let's hear from her first regarding that, and then we can come back right thereafter to you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Kaur.
Well, I actually just wanted to clarify. The motion right now is for the board to approve the logo, and I wanted to make sure that you meant also to adopt that logo for future use by the county and its department, not just approve it as the,
Yes, we do. So we.
So Ms.
So we'll adopt. Would it be better to say adopt? Would that be better, Ms. Chow? Ms. Chow?
Yes. And then as to the other discussion about, what it means to, I guess, further refine the logo. I don't know that you need to specify that in the motion itself. I think you can just ask staff to further refine the logo as directed, or you can direct the manager to further define the logo as directed by the board at its meeting.
Okay.
So,
And
Ms.
then you would
Jacobs,
just have to, kind of come to a consensus as to what that means.
okay, so we have two different, first line, we've moved to approve and adopt as the language that's applicable, and that certainly seems to capture part of it. And then Ms. Jacobs has also hopefully added the phrase, but I would just, without it, unless there's objection, of course, ultimately this is Ms. Garvey's motion, but it's for future use by the county. Is that sufficient if we just say the county as a whole, and that will include agencies and everything that we do?
Yes. You can just say by the county.
That
Okay.
sounds great to me. Thank you.
And we'll
take out
cut the word agencies. And then, so now, and I'm just trying to see if I heard right, perhaps we can address the discussion earlier, be revised. What if we say be further refined to make Arlington more prominent relative to the District of Columbia in the black and white version?
Be further refined.
Actually, it's a little bit later. We ask. So we ask stays the same, and it's on the next line where it says, after the comma, it says, be revised. And I think that it's the sense of the board that it's further refined.
Yeah.
And I hope that that will that can seek to capture both Mr. Dorsey's point that perhaps we don't want a fully different look entirely, but also Ms. Crystal's point that we are not professionals, graphic artist professionals. Or at least that's what I would start with, and I think it's appropriate to go first. We said we go to Mr. Karantonis, but we have to decide if this is the motion that Ms. Garvey is wanting to offer at the moment.
I'm happy for any more suggestions. I think we all know what we want to do. I do believe, Ms. Helfer, do you have a question? Would you like to make a comment?
This is semantics in some regard, but I think it's an important point that the community didn't vote. So I just want to note that word.
Okay.
Thanks.
Who?
They offered their preferences, but we've been very careful to note that it wasn't a voting process. So
Okay, that's fine. We can have who offered their preferences instead of voted. Yep, that's fine. All right. Okay.
Is there we could say offered or expressed their preferences? Is that too much? Offered?
I think we'll
Okay.
just leave it there.
Sure.
At least for the maker it is. All right, are we all right with the more, I mean, we could further wordsmith this, but I think we're clear.
For purposes of
Mr. Dorsey, Ms. Crystal, are you comfortable with that?
Let's.
Excuse me? Just eliminate. Okay, yes. Yes.
Okay, so what, just to verbalize, we had a thought that we could eliminate the last few words.
Oh, wait, before we do that, Mr. Manager, I hate to disagree with my manager. It's actually the only issue we have is in the black and white version. We like it in all of the other ones. It's just in the black and white version.
It's at the top of the sentence. We further. Yeah.
Yes, there it is. That's fine. Thank you.
So we'll
take it out then. That's
strike
fine.
then, Ms. Jacobs, the last six words in the.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Yeah.
At the end of the sentence, and now, at least for this stage, I'd like to go to Mr. If it's okay with you, Ms. Garvey, I'd like to go to Mr. Karantonis. We can certainly have more discussion, but starting with Mr. Karantonis, and then we'll come back to you for further thoughts on the motion, please. Mr. Karantonis.
I can second, by the way, so that we are in discussion. I didn't know whether we're.
Sure, Ms. Garvey has offered the motion. It's been seconded. This motion, as written on the, as you can see, and thank you for your patience, Ms. Garvey. We haven't heard yet from Mr. Karantonis. You go ahead, and then we'll come right back to you.
I want to join everybody who spoke so far with thanking the group, thanking Mrs. Kane, thanking Ms. Rentfuss, and also I want to thank explicitly Dr. Helfer and her team here, because that was a heavy lifting of getting so many preferences, and explaining the process to our residents, explaining what this is about, how it is. It's not a trivial issue, right? And I think I've been able to observe that in real time during the Arlington County Fair and in other places. So that was a really robust process, and it took some time. So I really appreciate the thought that was invested in that. So my preference is also logo A. Short, it is. I agree with Ms. Kane that it's a very recognizable shape. A diamond. This is something that it's widely associated nationally or even internationally with our metropolitan region. It puts us in the middle of that as a prominent place. It elevates our national importance. I like the fact that it connects us with these two significant geographic features that we have, natural geographic features, which is the Potomac River and the Formal Run. It is a very versatile logo because it's very simple. I can imagine, in future use, the prominence of the Arlington shape out of this diamond to be used very creatively. It is very simple in reproducing it, in my opinion. And it's kind of universal for this reason. I also specifically like the fact that Arlington, Virginia, the Virginia part is also very well visible in the logo, and it's not just a side issue. So for all these reasons, I think that I'm inclined to support the motion with this choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and thank you, Ms. Garvey. I know that's not a typical Robert's rules, but thank you for your patience, and go ahead, Ms. Garvey, to the motion.
Nothing's been very typical here, and it's absolutely fine. I think Ms. Reinfuss, Ms. Kane, everybody who's been working on this, it's clear that if you hadn't done all this work, look at how far we've come. We're down to the last little tiny bit to do, and we've already had a whole lot of discussion up here, and we have been trying hard to make sure that we've got it pretty well together. So you've taken us a really long way, a journey that we needed to take, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm feeling really good about this logo. I think, and I'm delighted that it is the first choice of the review panel that we had, and obviously very high on the approval ratings from those who did express a preference to us. So I'm delighted that we've gotten to this far, and thank you to those who did so much work to save us from ourselves in a way, having to do too much of that here at the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
I'm so glad we have the opportunity to do this, and I thank Mr. Spain and his colleagues and allies. I know you all elevated this as one of the top priorities for the NAACP in a moment of extreme reflection and call to action for this community in the wake of George Floyd's murder, and some very frank conversations about how Arlington County government, how this board, how community members with one another represent ourselves, do our work. You highlighted this as a genuine, this logo, as a genuine challenge to Arlington living up to its ideals of diversity and inclusion. And, in light of that, I think it would have been impossible for us to not act. And I'm so grateful that this committee has worked so hard, and so many members of our community weighed in to give us an opportunity to act in a way that not only discards a symbol of slavery, of subjugation, as some have put, not to put too fine a point on it, of torture on a slave plantation, in favor to not only discard that, but to embrace our future in a more forward-looking way. With regard to the decision before us, Generally, I think about how most of our decisions as board members, there's some sense that I have about the substance, and then there's some thoughts I have about the process. With regard to the future of the logo, all I care about here is process, right? Design is in the eye of the beholder, as others have said. I really think it actually doesn't matter at all what I think as a county board member, what my aesthetic choice might be. What I care a lot about is honoring this process, because it has been a model of one. And Ms. Kane, Ms. Reinfuss, I really appreciate your leadership. I appreciate Mr. Spain and all who served. This was a tremendous panel that represented perspective of many Arlingtonians, some who've not sort of historically been part of the process, which is all the better. and certainly represented quite a few professional eyes. And so I'm really glad to have your recommendation. I'm glad that so many members of our community were inspired to weigh in on their preferences, not vote, weigh in on. I appreciate Ms. Dr. Helfer's clarification on that, and I am especially glad to know that those preferences really did align for our community members who studied this most deeply, and our community members that represent the broadest breadth to really sort of come down to the same more or less couple of options is a fortunate thing indeed for us. So in light of that, I am again so glad that we can have this opportunity to not only discard a symbol that was exclusionary, hateful, and a symbol of the more painful parts of Arlington's past, and embrace something that has, I think, a lot of consensus and support from leaders and from a broad base in our community. I'm very pleased to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Crystal. I think all have indicated concluding remarks. I'll just say a big thank you to Mr. Spain and his colleagues at the NAACP that you elevated this and you were persistent and you helped make a difference on this. And I think our community is better for it. Ms. Viola Sanchez called me one night around 10 o'clock and said, you know, we need to move and you need to work to make history. I appreciate that call. Carolyn Kane also found me. I appreciate that, as well as other members. But Mina Kane, your leadership, as well as Ms. Reinfuzz, very much appreciated. I'm mindful that there are differences of view. The commission at one point expressed a strong interest in the colors that are in the other two choices that we haven't, of the four, that we haven't talked as much about. But ultimately, for me, I think this is a representation of our county that is much more inclusive and is, I think, is going to be very helpful to those. I mean, it's the history of the Lee House and the representation in 1972. It was not so much Custis, but it was specifically made for Robert E. Lee, and I think his primary legacy is ultimately inhumanity and support of inhumanity towards fellow human beings and fellow Americans. And so happy to support this motion as indicated on Ms. Jacobs, as we showed everyone. So with that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, any opposed? None. The motion passes 5-0. With that, that item is finished, and congratulations to the commission and all of us who have taken this step forward. Thank you very much, Ms. Helfer, as well. Colleagues, I do have one administrative matter which I think I would like to try and take care of via a motion right here now. It's very brief, but I think it is important to do, and seeing as Tuesday we do not have items that are on our regular agenda item, I'd like to move. This is just for brief context, just for transparency. I believe as a board member that all of the members of our employees should receive the bonus that we authorized in our fiscal year 2022 budget. The way our process works currently, our direct reports do not, so I would like to move that the county board include the county manager, county clerk, and county auditor in the one-time payment of $900 to county employees approved by the county board as part of the fiscal year 2022 budget. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion also passes 5-0. Thank you, colleagues. And with that, I'll ask our clerk, are there any more matters to come before the board?
No, there is not.
With that, we are adjourned until 3 o'clock on Tuesday. Thank you, colleagues.
Before you go,
yep.
Elaine, we have to wish you happy birthday.
Birthday. Yay.
Thank you. Thank goodness there's limited opportunity for singing, and I will gavel us out as fast as possible, but it's great on the birthday to be able to take those 3 steps forwards and make some good history on the last one in particular. So thank you, Mr. Karantonis, colleagues, and now we are actually adjourned until 3 o'clock on Tuesday.
All right, now that we're adjourned, can I sing? Birthday